Okay, finally. I'm gonna warn you guys right now. This will be a very random video. I'm very nervous. I have not done this in a very long time, and yeah, like I'm trying to like not be too loud because obviously I'm not at home right now. I'm at a hotel, and yeah, there's not a lot of good soundproofing here, and I have like my suspicions that the janitor is a little bit nosy because it seems like they like purposely like set up shop like right outside my room. I actually moved rooms to kind of avoid the noise, and plus because it didn't make any sense for us to be accidentally booked a twin room, and it's like we can share a bed. Like we just had an extra bed for no reason. But there are some drawbacks to this room, but there's way more privacy here. So yeah, I like this a lot more. But anyway, this will be a long live stream, but my butt hurts, so I don't know how long I'm gonna do this. And I will tell you that before anybody complains, nobody's forcing you to watch this whole thing. You can literally watch pieces and bits at a time, watch some later, or don't watch any of it at all. Totally up to you. So yeah, I actually have I have another computer right next to me, that I have like all of my notes of what I want to talk about there, and I don't really like have like an actual theme for what I want to speak on today. Just kind of like randomly talking about a bunch of different videos that I already recorded, but like putting it all into one video right here. And you're gonna have to excuse my phone because it will be vibrating because I'm trying to make plans for tomorrow. There's a group chat. But anyway, something else I wanted to say to you guys that I can't think of. Oh, if you have any like questions, topics, whatever for me, please like send it in the chat. Or if I don't see your message, if I'm not replying to your message, it's because I can't see it. I do have strict requirements for people that leave comments, whatever, on my channel, and the same thing applies for my live stream. So yeah, if you're trying to like message me, say something, ask something, and I'm not replying, I probably didn't see your message. So you can email me at CoMic95TheSavior, or you can send me a DM on Instagram. Normally, I don't read DMs for a lot of reasons that I explained before, but for live stream purposes, I do. And then, of course, as always, please like this video and comment on it and participate, please, if you want me to continue to make content like this. So, yeah. Um, I am going to like say right now that there's a lot on my mind and there's a lot of things that like I don't want to talk about yet because I'm not ready to open up that can of worms and like offend everybody, but I have so many opinions. Like I've been like biting and holding my tongue this whole time, like just listening to the news and like even going out and like having my every day-to-day life. And I've been reading like Facebook, I've read like stuff on Reddit, etc. And it like amazes me how things that I've been saying for the longest, foreigners are just now starting to say themselves. And I'm also still seeing like the two like extremes where it's like foreigners that are hardcore weeboos and they don't want to acknowledge that Japan is racist and does bad things. And then there's the other side where it's like foreigners are pretending like this is brand new, like this hasn't always been going on. So yeah, like I've both noticed in real life and online the influx of like this anti-foreigner propaganda. I'm not wearing a bra right now, people. Got a little scared that I might have flashed you guys. But yeah, I've read like all the posts of people like, oh, like has anybody noticed that Japanese people are, suddenly being like so anti-foreigner, so mean to us, whatever. And it's like this has always been going on. And something that I find really interesting too is like it seems like unless like white people have like an direct in your face experience of racism, their brains like just don't comprehend that it exists. And sorry for the white people here, but I'm just keeping it real. And so I'm kind of happy on one hand that like people are finally starting to see this stuff, but on the other hand, it kind of pisses me off that it took this happening for people to finally like open up their eyes and be like, they've always been doing this. So like even somebody left a comment on my last video when I did like my welcome back video, whatever, and they actually talked about a topic that I was planning to like. I think I already made a video on that topic. But if not, I will record one. I think I already recorded it. Or I might have, I think I might have lumped it together with another topic. But like even the rice shortage, like come on, how is that being blamed on foreigners? Like, don't get me wrong, there's an influx of us coming here, but there's not even close to being enough foreigners here for that to actually have anything to do with the shortage of rice here. So they will blame foreigners. Shoot, I'm surprised they haven't blamed us for the low birth rate yet, but that's probably going to be coming soon. So, yeah, there's a lot of lack of accountability here, and I've just had to, I've literally just screenshot everything that I've seen and just laughed to myself because all I can do is think to myself, like I've said this for the longest. I was saying it before it was cool to say it, even with the xenophobic thing. Did y'all peep that situation that happened back in May where Biden like referred to Japan as being xenophobic and was talking about he was saying it for a different reason though. He was saying that because they're xenophobic that they don't attract good talent to their country when really the reasons are a lot deeper than that. It's a matter of the work-life balance being horrible here and the salary being too low. But they lost their shit. And then the thing that made it even funnier was as soon as they got offended by being called xenophobic, they literally spent the whole like several weeks, and months later doing a bunch of xenophobic shit, such as like with the whole Mount Fuji situation with, putting up the whole little whatever you want to call the little screen thing. What else happened? The raising the prices where now they're going to have a different price for foreigners versus Japanese people. And that part kind of pissed me off too. It's like, I'm a foreign resident here, and even I was offended by this. People are happy. They're like, oh, well, as long as they don't, mischarge us, foreign residents. And it's like, how are they going to differentiate between who's a local and when I say local I mean foreign resident and who's a tourist? Not to mention I don't want to have to show my ID. It's a violation of privacy. I want to go out to eat and just eat my fucking food. Like here in Japan you seldom even, I don't even think I've ever had to present a form of ID when I paid with a card before. I know that is a common thing in the US, but I haven't been to America in a long time. I don't know if you guys still do that. But also I should disclose this now, I'm actually going back to the US soon. It'll be very temporary, but I will be there for I might be there for my birthday. I don't know yet. And I will come back maybe for like October or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, so I'll talk about all this stuff later on inside another video. I'm not going to go into that right now. But I don't even know where to start, you guys. Like, I literally, like, I haven't shared this with Patreon yet. I want to see if I can show it to you guys. I'm, like, using another computer right now. But what was I going to say? I wanted to show them like a list of videos that I literally already have put together of stuff that I've already recorded. And I tried to like summarize what the video is about because I haven't made a topic for it yet. Okay, 1 second. I want y'all to see everything. I have it like broken down month by month of the topics or the videos I need to edit. Let me see. Okay, so I don't think you guys are going to be able to actually see anything here. Let me make sure it's nothing personal. All right. But I literally, you guys can't see, but these are like all videos that I've already recorded. And that's not even all of it. Like I can scroll down further, but this is just like a quick summary of what they're all about. But yeah. And it's not even like all the ones that I have for those months yet. Like I've been recording videos every single month during this break. And to kind of like explain a little bit to you all that aren't on Patreon, that don't know what the hell went on, everything went on. Like everything bad that could have happened to me seemingly did. I don't. Nothing. Yeah, like I'll get into that in a minute. But yes, like everything that could have possibly like went wrong, seemingly went wrong. Like I was honestly having problems like with my marriage, and I honestly almost ended up getting a divorce. It was really, really, like really, really bad, you guys. And I don't even want to like talk about everything right now. And I'll be totally honest, it was really both of us, but more so my own role I played. And not to take off like my husband, but we were having like so many like stupid little small arguments and fights that would like explode out of nowhere and turn into like I don't know, something really small becoming something really big. And I made videos talking about this already, so I don't want to like spend my live stream talking on that, but I just want to be honest with you. I was having marital issues. And also beyond that, I wasn't feeling good during that time. I was feeling really depressed. And then it was like everything was breaking down. I have like 4 computers, not including my husband's. I was like breaking everything. I broke the speaker on his computer. I did not know that like if you have the volume too loud on certain computers, it like busts out the not the eardrum, but whatever you want to call the speaker. I didn't know that was a thing because I also have a MacBook. I have 2 of them. Well, I have one at the moment. And I always like have it on full volume when I'm editing. And so not gonna lie, we might have had a little bit of a fight in regards to that. And I can't even blame him. I would have ripped his head off if he like, broke my MacBook too. So anyway, he bought another one. And then like for whatever reason, like I was having trouble like using old files that I had from my iMovie onto this one, and then some things like no longer existed, so it was a lot going on with that. And then it was also like just a matter of finding the time to actually record and edit stuff too. Like I have time, but I'm not gonna lie, I kind of enjoyed my little hiatus. Like you'll see in other videos where I talk about this, but it felt good to not have to think about or worry about making content or not having to be negative. Because I said this before, but like a lot of people don't know this, but I like Japan, you guys. Like, if I didn't like Japan, I wouldn't live here. Like, if I thought that everything was negative, everyone's racist, everything's horrible, why the fuck would I be here? Like, no offense to anybody watching this who is, but I'm not from a third world country. Like, my country is richer than Japan. Like, I have more freedoms, more rights. I can make more money. There's no reason for me to be here other than for fun. And I made a video about this too. I made a video about everything during this break, so y'all gonna hear me say that a lot. But I made a video about about this, but it's like I hate whenever like foreigners lie and be like, "Oh, I'm only in Japan because of my baby or because of my Japanese wife or my Japanese husband." It's like, no, you're here because you want to be here. You can take your baby, your husband, your wife, whatever, back to the US or whatever country you came from. You're here because you want to be here. And so it's like, okay, out of all the places in the world, why did you choose to come here? Right. You chose to come here to find your partner. And I don't have a problem with it. I just hate like the lying of people like pretending like Japan is so awful. Like when people say they want to move here, they be like, "Oh, don't move to Japan. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'm only here because I have to be because I have a Japanese wife." And it's like, okay, like, and why did you choose to get a Japanese wife here? And also, why can't you move you, your Japanese baby and wife to the U.S.? Like, just be honest and say you prefer to be here. That's okay. So it's so weird, and I can't think of like the word to use, but it's like people accuse me of gatekeeping by telling you guys like get a degree, it helps you out, but it's like that's the ultimate form of gatekeeping by pretending like Japan is horrible and you're being forced to live here because of your wife or your child, like, right. But anyway, I can't wait, you all. Like, I was recording a video, well, not recording, I was editing a video from yesterday. I was editing a video yesterday that I'm gonna post later on this week. But y'all, we're gonna get into topics of like stay-at-home dads and everything, because I've seen some wild stuff here, and y'all know me. So I'm just gonna warn you right now. If you can relate to these situations, just know it ain't about you. I'm talking about this topic in general. So I like made that clear inside my last video, I think, that I did yesterday, but I hate talking about certain topics because it's like if people can relate to that topic, they think I'm making it about them. And it's like, I know my channel is small, but just to let you know, unless you like regularly comment on my channel or like you're from like way back, like one of the first few comments I ever received, I don't recognize you all. Not to mention, a lot of you all have different usernames like on Instagram versus on Patreon versus on YouTube. So there's no way for me to keep track of who's who. And many of you don't use your actual name, which is fine. But I'm just saying, like, people be taking stuff personally. And I talked about this before, but like something that like always bothered me was this white girl like left a comment telling me that she knew who I was talking about because I made a video about how foreigners have crazy expectations for apartments here. And so she was saying like, "Oh, I know the girl you're talking about," and I'm like, "Huh?" Like I like made up an example about somebody requesting to have carpet inside of their apartment. This is like tripping me out, like with the mirror image of myself. But but yeah, like with somebody like requesting to have carpet, and so I had no idea somebody made a video actually saying that. And so it kind of scared me because I'm like, somebody can watch my video and think that I'm talking shit about them when I'm just giving a general, I don't know, analogy, example, whatever. And so, I mean, look, I ain't gonna backpedal. The shoe fits, bitch. Like, I'm just saying, but just know it ain't about you. Like, you're not that special to me. And so, like, even like when talking about tattoos or piercings, it's like, oh, I can't talk about this because this fits this girl's example. Or I can't talk about, having 5 baby daddies because somebody signed up for Patreon and she has 5 baby daddies and 12 kids. It's like, I don't want to like offend people on purpose, but I also don't want to like sugarcoat it and avoid talking about things to protect people's feelings either. So I think people need to hear the truth. And also, like, this is my channel and I'm going to talk about what I want to. And if you get offended by it, sorry, but please don't. I don't know how to put that. But anyway, good morning. What else? So happy everything okay now for you. Thank you. Yeah, well, I won't say 100%, but it's much better than it was. So there's definitely progress being made. But I have a long list and I want to kind of get through that. But yeah, like I said before, for anybody that is joining later on in this video, please, you can send me a message on Instagram. You can message me inside the chat, or you can email me directly. I'll be more than happy to answer all of those things during the stream. And if you can't hear me, can't see me, etc., let me know, because otherwise I'll have no idea. And I have like a policy with myself. I never look back at my live streams. I hate seeing myself on camera. I hate seeing myself live. My hair is like really messy right now, but I couldn't figure out like how I wanted to style it. I didn't really care. And plus, like, I'm not gonna go anywhere today. Probably I will go somewhere tomorrow. And like, I'm lazy, and to be honest, I didn't even want to like put on makeup, because like I'm just gonna wipe it off. Like, I should just put on makeup tomorrow and not care about today. But I was like, no, I'm always looking crazy. I can at least try to look partially presentable. But let me get to my list, you guys. Now that I'm done with that, so yeah. Oh wait, I need to save this. I hate that like on Netflix you can't save sticky. Well, you can save them, but like you can't minimize sticky notes. That really like irritates me. Give me a second. Crap! I think I closed it. No. Okay, yeah, y'all gotta give me a second. I'm old. My memory is like horrible, so I need the sticky notes to like remember what I'm talking about. Because otherwise, I can just randomly talk about everything forever. And then, like, I made a video on that topic too about people complaining about long form content. And now, long form content is cool to make. Like, everybody and their mama has a podcast now. I remember when I first started making videos that were like 20 minutes long, and people were losing their shit. Like, I really like the video, but can you make it shorter next time? Like, I don't want to, watch a 20-minute video. Bitch, I got 2-hour videos now. So, but I want to find that sticky note, y'all. I'm trying to find the one that I hid, because it had like everything that I wanted to talk about on it. Because without that, like, I legitimately cannot remember what I wanted to speak on. I need an IT person, because I don't remember like how do you find your sticky notes if you save them. Y'all gonna have to give me a minute. And then speaking of which, like, why I didn't even start this on time. When I was trying to like start this live stream, I was connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi and it was working just fine. Then when I went live, then the screen blacked out and I couldn't see anything. Then when I tried to connect again, the Wi-Fi like wasn't working. So like now I'm actually using my phone as the hotspot, so the signal might not be very good at moments. So yeah, like let me know if you're having trouble seeing me, hearing me, etc. Okay, I might have to go without my sticky note, y'all. That's not good. I shouldn't have closed it because I needed that. That was like everything that I wanted to say. I don't know where I saved it. Okay, I give up, y'all. I'm gonna spend forever looking for that. But anyway, I had some crazy experiences recently, you all. Like, I talked about this on Patreon a little bit. I don't know. I don't think you all could hear it, but my neighbors got into a fight, and it was like so wild. And the thing that's so crazy is like, I know other people heard it, and like, I'm being a hypocrite because like I didn't do anything either, but it was because I didn't feel like getting involved, and I didn't want nobody retaliating against me either. And plus, I can't see what's happening; I could just hear it. But I could literally hear it was like a reverse situation. It was this Asian woman; she was like beating on her man. And look, I'm not gonna lie, this should not. I'm trying not to laugh, all right? Like, it's not funny, but it kind of was. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I could literally hear like in between like the yells, like the slaps. It was like a TV show or something. And so I was like literally just like walking back and forth inside my house, like, I'm trying to get my steps in for the day. And it sounded like somebody was breaking into my house. My husband's not there, like, he's working overnight. And so I'm just hearing these sounds. And so like my nosy ass, like I got to the door, I like cracked it open. I started like, looking to see like what's going on outside. Like I looked at the peephole first. And then I could just hear them yelling. And they're at the opposite end of the hall, and it was like almost midnight. But I feel bad for them. I don't know what was really going on, but like part of me was like, should I call the police? But it's like, I know if I call, they're going to be more concerned about, why I'm here, what am I doing here? And I didn't want them to make it like obvious that I'm the one who called. So Yeah, and then like it would make things awkward between me and that neighbor. And I don't know what happened. Hey, maybe he deserved the slaps. Maybe he cheated. I don't know. But it was just so weird because I never hear anything from them. And a few times that I interact with them, I actually thought they were Japanese. I had no idea. So apparently, I think they're like, I couldn't, I can't tell what language they were speaking. I don't know if they're speaking Chinese or whatever the fuck, but it wasn't Korean and it wasn't Japanese. But yeah, and it made even weirder because she's a big bitch. She's bigger than I am. She's at least about maybe 5'8", 5'9". And so every time that I've had an interaction with her, she's always just been really quiet, never says anything. Like I've gotten into the elevator with her twice, and I normally try not to do that because they do that with me. So like I started playing their game, but like now every time that I see her, I'm thinking about the situation. I'm like, what happened? And so of course, like the next day, she up out the door already, walking out like nothing ever happened. But I'm not gonna lie, y'all. It was funny. It was funny, but it shouldn't have been. I know this is ignorant for me to say. I'm gonna be like, oh my god, why would you say that? It's not politically correct. But it was like, let me. Maybe one of y'all can figure it out. I don't know if y'all can hear it. And this phone is damaged too, which also sucks because I have to get a new phone before I can go to the U.S. I'm trying to find the recording to see if I can play it. But it's so quiet that I don't even think it's going to pick up on this camera. Yes, too quiet. Hold on. I need to get like a speaker so I can play it out loud. I'm sorry. Like if y'all can actually hear it, like the screaming, like it sounds like a video game. And it's like, how did nobody call the police? Like I get it why I didn't want to, but all the other people on the floor, they're Japanese. But where's the audio? Okay, wait, hold on. I'm playing it from the wrong end. Okay, let me stop. Let me stop. But anyway, yeah, that was interesting. And then it was like a few weeks later or days later, whatever. Then I had another weird situation where it was like somebody parked outside at 11 something at night, and they were like playing with their car horn, like playing a song on their horn, like beep 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 beep, and nobody said anything to them. And all I could do is think to myself, now, if a foreigner were to do this would have gone viral on Twitter. You would have seen it on Tokyo World on Instagram because I follow that ghetto page, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that page is like World Star and the Shade Room to me. I know it's bad for the Black community, but it's hard to unfollow those pages because they're so negative and they're so stereotypical, whatever. But and I'll give Tokyo World props. Sometimes they do share stuff that shows the Japanese doing stuff messed up, but it's way less common. Normally showing foreigners doing unruly stuff. But anyway, that did throw me off like both of those situations because again, all I could do is think like if that were to be in reverse, like if it were a foreigner doing that, they would think that all foreigners are violent and crazy. If a foreigner were beeping their horn crazy like that, we're all rude, we're disrespectful, whatever. And so anyway, I'm gonna regret sharing this because I know some people watching this video. No, I'm not gonna say that because I don't want nobody to know where I am right now. But I'll just say this. This is off subject, but I also find it interesting and sad how sometimes we do fall into the stereotype of things people say about us negatively. Like for example, I noticed that the convenience store that's near me, I'm in a touristy area right now of Tokyo, and the convenience store near me is disgusting. I'm not gonna lie. I've never seen it look that bad before. There is trash all around the trash area. The seats are dirty. And it's like, come on, like I didn't go to the bathroom, but I read the reviews like while I was at like the 7-Eleven there. And all I could do is think to myself, like, why do we do this? Like some things I will like admit that like the Japanese are hard on us about that isn't true or that's exaggerated. But then with other things, it's like, why do y'all do stuff to reinforce the stereotype? Because it hurts all of us, even if you're not a person that does that. So yeah, like I went to the store and I could literally see like there's dirt, there's food waste right in front of the trash can. The seats are dirty. And granted, I've seen them leave messes and do stuff too. But I mean, this is like it feels like I'm in Chicago. Like I don't feel like I'm in Japan when I'm looking at this convenience store. And so I had to like kill time there, like to wait to check in. So I had to stay there for the time being. But anyway, they just kind of made me upset because I'm like, this is what they're talking about when they say stuff like that. But there were other scenarios, the vast majority of them, where people are exaggerating, take stuff out of context. Like, I don't know if you guys saw, but like on Twitter, this like post went viral showing this white guy. I think he was an American. I can't remember if he was American, if he was British. I don't remember. It was this red haired guy, and apparently he's a tour guide. And everybody like was mass, like flagging his account, giving him 1-star reviews for his tour group. And allegedly, and I do mean allegedly, he was doing something unruly at this shrine or temple that he went to. And even although there was no video evidence, no photos, no proof, but because a Japanese woman recorded him, everyone jumped on the bandwagon and assumed that he was guilty. And that type of stuff scares me. It's like it's one thing for you to have proof or even something that appears to be proof. But it's gotten to the point now where if a Japanese person says that you did something, you did it. And you can't even defend yourself. And granted, he was apologizing, so he must have done something wrong, I assume, but we don't know what he did or how bad it really was. And then people were so desperate to like prove the foreigners are bad, somebody pulled up a video that was taken from nearly a year ago to try to show that this is what he did. And it wasn't even him, it was some other random white guy that was like ringing the bell violently as like a temple or shrine. And so anyway, like that type of stuff like just pissed me off. And then like just the fact that it's okay for like Japanese people to insult like other people's cultures and countries, which to be honest, I don't mind that. But the problem that I have is like they can't take what they dish out. So as a Japanese person, you can shit on American food, but as an American, I can't talk negatively about your food. In fact, that was one of the things that went viral too. And I made a video on this topic. If you're actively on Twitter, like Japan, you saw the stuff. But a Japanese person like tweeted out about how the reason why Japan is so peaceful and calm is because convenience store food is so, convenient and it's delicious and cheap, which I wouldn't say that about any of that, but okay. And so they were talking about how in other countries like America, the only thing that you can basically eat is pizza and sandwiches. And it's like, isn't that what y'all eat too? Not to mention, it's like that shows how ignorant you are about what other countries eat. That'd be the equivalent of me saying that Japanese people eat ramen and sushi for every meal, which is not true. In fact, both of those things are rarely eaten here. So, of course, there was actually some, backlash. Some foreigners actually stood up for themselves, but a lot of people were agreeing with it. And again, like if you talk negatively about Japanese food, about things you didn't like, not only will Japanese people get on you for saying it, but other foreign weeboos would be like, "That's not true. Egg sando is so delicious," which is I told my husband about that and he laughed. He was like, "Foreigners like this? Like, why?" I've never seen a Japanese person buy that shit ever. In fact, you would notice if you go to touristy areas, they always have those damn egg sandwiches and they're normally heavily stocked too. They have a lot of them. If you go into more residential areas, either egg sandwiches don't exist at the store or they're literally like the leftover sandwiches. They're not what people choose to get. Not to mention, I'm just going to keep it real. Actually, one of the things I miss about America is American style sandwiches. Those little, British tea sandwiches, whatever type things, like that's not a good sandwich. And it's expensive. And so it's like those sandwiches are like what, 440 or 500 yen or whatever for those things. And that's pretty expensive. God, this is like annoying me. I can't tell which way to move my hair. Okay. It's opposite. But yeah, it's like and don't get me wrong, they hit the spot when you're working. I don't hate them. But see, look, I grew up poor. I ain't no damn, I don't know, sandwich judge or whatever type of food. Or even the only thing that I am really picky on is ramen here. But even then, like I'll eat convenience store ramen. Like it's convenient. I'm not here looking for a 5-star meal. But it's like foreigners that come here, they act like everything in Japan is delicious. Like they do don't stink. Everything's perfect. Everyone's, just this, everyone's perfect. Everyone's really nice. Everything's delicious. Everything's healthy. And it's like, do y'all not realize that the reason why the things that you're eating at the convenience store are healthy is because they're small in portion? If you eat a Oreo, do you know that those are healthy too then? Because one Oreo isn't even 100 calories. I don't even think it's 50. I think you gotta eat, what, three of them or whatever to get, or maybe it is 50 calories each. I think they're like, what, three cookies are like 150 calories. Everything's healthy if you eat a very small portion of it. If you actually open up those sandwiches, all of the meat and toppings, even the vegetables, are pushed to the front of the sandwich to make it look like there's more food inside of it. And trust me, my fat ass notices. And on top of that, this was going on before the whole inflation situation. It's only gotten worse. So, for example, even like the onigiri, like the rice balls here, I actually made a video like for YouTube membership. I'll upload that later. I'm done. I'm never gonna buy rice ball in Japan anymore. If I ever buy one here, it's gonna be from like a mom and pop shop where like they have it where like the salmon and whatnot is like coming out of the top of the rice ball. I'm never buying it from a convenience store. 7-Eleven and lost a cotton picking minds, y'all. I didn't even open up at first. I ate one of them, right? And I'm thinking like, okay, like where is the fish gonna come in? It was just rice and seaweed. I got all the way to the very end, and it was literally not even a teaspoon of salmon. And they raised the price too. And I'm like, well, that explains why the price only went up like what, 10 or 15 yen. They're giving you way less, charging you more. And y'all not complaining about that. People will still brag about things like rice balls and whatnot here. So, and then it made me laugh because like people got so offended by them trying to have the 7-Eleven like Japan version in the US. Like people were complaining that, that the egg sandwich had the crust on it. And I'm like, look, don't get me wrong. I do prefer my bread without the crust. I'm not gonna lie there, okay? But I will say this, they're actually cheating you by not putting the crust on the bread. Because think about it, if there's no crust on the bread, it allows them to serve you old bread. Normally, the first part, I made a video on this already, but the first part of the bread that starts to go bad is the crust. So if the crust is moldy and whatnot, can't sell that. And then on top of that, I mean, think about it. They're giving you less food, less product, and charging you the same amount. And it's super, processed white bread. The sandwich that I saw them showing in the US, at least it was wheat bread. Now, whether you like it or not, I know, like being honest, I don't prefer wheat bread. But I'm just saying, since y'all like try to pretend like Japan is so healthy, well, the US is trying to do something healthier. And if people are, oh, like it's too expensive. If you actually convert like how much everything costs in Japan, like if you adjust the cost of everything in the US based off of, I can't think of the words to use, but how people pay for stuff here in Japan, like how much you make per an hour, it's actually about the same price. It's expensive. If you're thinking with your US dollar mind here in Japan, everything's cheap. But if you're getting paid in yen, everything is actually quite expensive at the convenience store, especially now that the prices have gone up. Think about it. Minimum wage here is like 1,100 yen per hour, right? If you're making 1,100 yen per an hour and you're paying nearly 500 yen for a damn sandwich, that is actually about the US equivalent of paying, what was it, 600? I'm saying 600 yen, $6 or 560, however much the sandwich was at the convenience store in the US. That's actually technically cheaper because if you're making $15 an hour, I mean, that's pretty much on par, either cheaper or about the same. I know I can't do math, but it just like blew my mind. It's like, why are people offended by that? Americans make more money, so things are going to cost more because we also pay our staff more money too. Whereas in Japan, they get paid less money and also retail staff make less per an hour. I'm not going to pretend like everything's cupcakes and rainbows in the US. I actually made some videos comparing the US to Japan for once, and I actually talked about specific things that I do feel like Japan does do better than the US and vice versa. But, and then like, people seem to forget 7-Eleven is an American company. It was bought out by the Japanese. It was actually founded in Texas. And also, like, don't get me wrong, 7-Eleven is my personal favorite convenience store here. But I will say this, we never tried to make our 7-Eleven like theirs because there's no demand for it. Normally, we go to a regular grocery store. Japan is too crowded and smashed in together for them to have big grocery stores all over the place like how we do. So really, this is kind of like a I'm not explain it, a medium in between going to the supermarket and having something that's right next to you where you can like pay your bills, go to the ATM, get something for your lunch, etc. Like Japanese people do not live at a convenience stores like how tourists do here. I get it, it's fun. I'm not trying to be a party pooper. If I were going on vacation to Japan, I would 100% recommend that you go to the convenience store for the experience. But I'm also not going to lie to you. I would not suggest that you eat all of your meals there. And if you can't afford to go to regular restaurants here, I would say hold off on that vacation. Why would you come all the way here to eat garbage food? My husband was shopping. That's like, yeah, there's people that literally come here to get a damn egg sandwich and a tuna rice ball, and they rave about that online like it's the best thing they've ever had in the world. And even for Japanese people, like they eat there when they're broke. People that go to the convenience store for their lunch are salarymen that are either forever bachelors or that they have a wife that don't give a fuck about them and she stopped making him bentos 30 years ago. Like they do not prefer to eat that garbage ass food. Not to mention now it costs so damn much, you might as well go out to eat. When I was looking at the prices like for the gyudon, like the beef bowl, it's like the same price, if not more, than what Matsuya costs. I can literally go to Matsuya, get a fresh beef bowl, already heated up, freshly made for me, instead of going to the convenience store, having some angry, racist ass cashier, that I have to tell that I want to have my bento warmed up for me, and then get less meat and older rice. It literally makes no sense to buy stuff at the convenience store these days. So I get it, you're on vacation, you want to try it out, but I just find it funny how it's like you can't touch Japan. Like you can't say anything negative about anything in Japan. You're wrong. But they can say whatever the fuck they want to about your country, your people, and their right, even if they have no experience living there. So, yep. And speaking of ripping people off, the price gouging they're doing. I don't know if y'all saw that article where that restaurant in Shibuya was talking about how they're gonna, I think they already implemented it, where they're doing two-tier pricing. And so they claim it's going to be separate pricing for tourists and then locals, and locals will include foreign residents. But even as a foreign resident myself, I don't feel like that's fair. And then it also pissed me off because like Japan keeps trying to say like, oh well, look at this country, look at what Italy does, look at what Spain is doing. Okay, but last time I checked Japan, y'all always like using the word, the phrase, this is Japan, right? So which one are you? Y'all pointing to Thailand. Okay, so are you all a poor developing country now? Like, can y'all make up your mind? Are you a first world country or are you not? And is this Japan or is this Italy? Not to mention, I'm sorry, but a landmark having a discount is very different from a garbage restaurant at a train station charging people way more. And I have a whole video that'll go into that. I'm not going to spoil it here, but long story short, they're lying and pretending like, oh, it's because of inflation, we're struggling. If that's the case, and you really are trying to make sure that you're helping your employees and playing Robin Hood for Japan, why not give your employees a raise then? They're not going to raise their salaries. They're not going to offer new English menus. They're not going to hire bilingual staff because like they blamed a whole bunch of different things. Then on top of that, if that's not enough, how many people are actually eating at that restaurant that are Japanese? Because in case I don't know this, Japanese people actually don't normally eat at train stations. People that buy and eat food at train stations are college kids, salarymen that are going out for drinks, yakitori, some crap like that. Normally, good restaurants in Japan are not located in the train station and normally not even necessarily near it either. That is normally a sign of a crappy restaurant. Now, do people frequent them? Sure, because they're convenient, easy to get to, easy for a first date. But normally, your nicer restaurants are not going to be there. I promise you, I don't even know the name of that damn restaurant, and I used to live in Shibuya. Nobody's lining up to go to that garbage ass place. They recognize that tourists in the area are going to come across it and they have more money to spend. So they're raising the prices. And also, get this, they raised the price for tourists, but they didn't lower the price for Japanese people. So if you really were trying to help the Japanese, wouldn't you lower the price for them to make it more affordable? Because isn't that what we do in the US when there are, differences in prices? For example, I'm from Chicago. There are some places that I can go to and I can get a discount. They didn't charge tourists more money for not being from Chicago. They offered a discount for people that do live there locally. And also get this, locally meaning that you live in Chicago, not that you're an American. But Japan is trying to do a system of all you have to do is be Japanese and you pay less, and people that are not Japanese pay more. That is a very broad, paintbrush that they're using. So whatever. And then people are seeing it's not going to stop at just restaurants. I know this is a fallacious argument, but hear me out. I do think there's some validity to that fallacy. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And they've already shown that. Like at first, it was just a restaurant. Now they're talking about, Himeji Castle is going to charge, what was it, 4 times the amount? And it's like, how many Japanese people even care to go to that place? There was a place in Nara that actually started a system of offering either really cheap tickets for some museum or they were free. And then people got mad because they weren't like that for the Japanese. And it's like the reason why this existed in the first place is because you all needed the tourist dollars. And Japanese people don't give a fuck about going there, which is why a lot of these places end up closing down eventually. So you just want people to pay more money out of anger. You have no interest in going there. And then like even with Shibuya, like I saw a post of somebody saying like Shibuya is, becoming just foreigners and we're ruining Japan. Let me introduce you to Times Square or like the Walk of Fame in Hollywood or some shit. Do you think that people that live in Los Angeles, like fucking, I don't know, have dates and stroll around on, the Walk of Fame every day? Do you think New Yorkers like go to Times Square every day? No, it's gimmicky. It's always been mostly tourists. And the crazy thing is, America gets more tourists than Japan does. But you don't see us bitching about these things. And they love Hawaii. They're a big part of why housing is expensive, a big part of the perverts come there too. And it's like, we don't bitch and complain about this, but they do. And it just shows me like how soon they forget, because during the pandemic, they were desperately trying to get foreigners to come to Japan. They were desperately trying to get the foreigners that lived here to buy stuff from them. I remember when I was living in Osaka, I felt so bad because I'm like, why, I live here and I'm not interested in that. But I would like just walk through like Namba, Dontonbori, and it was some other area. I can't think of the area. It's not, was it Shinsekai? I don't remember anymore. But anyway, long story short, I would literally like see them like pandering to you like outside, like, oh, like, please come in, or like, oh, like, look at this or whatever, trying to sell you stuff. And it's like, very interesting. So they desperately want your money now when there's nobody here. But then when people come, now they're upset, now they're complaining. You all are ruining Japan. This isn't what Japan is supposed to be like. It's too noisy. We don't need foreign dollars. Our GDP isn't made up of tourism. And I don't believe that for a hot second. Look, Japan, I want to say this, but Japan is very similar to China in a lot of ways. Like their government has brainwashed their people into thinking that their country is the best in the world. They think that everyone else wants to be them and be where they are. And also, they don't challenge anything. And look, I'm gonna keep it real. Shouldn't be saying this. Love my husband. I do. I really love him. He a little bit stupid. He believes whatever they tell him. If the government says Japan does this better or this is the right way to do it, he will blindly follow it. And he's not alone. It's just the way that they've been trained. And this is one of the things that I will forever disagree with them on. Like, look, love you, but you're wrong. And don't get me wrong, I know that there are some Americans like that. I was listening to the Dave Ramsey show the other day, and like he was disagreeing with his daughter about something where she was saying, I think it was about living with your parents. And I have mixed feelings towards that. I think that I understand living with your parents if you're going to work, go to school, etc. But I think that deciding that because it's cheaper that you want to live with your parents indefinitely until they die, you're hurting yourself. One of the greatest things about living in Japan for myself was getting experience on my own, like learning how to live by myself, learning how to pay bills, and then all of this in addition to like having to learn a new language and learning a new culture. I feel like you're hurting yourself more as an adult. So I get it. Everybody has different situations. I lived with my mother before I came to Japan. I'm not gonna, get on my high horse here, but I will say that it's something about it that develops you as a person. You're not truly an adult until you experience living on your own for years. It's something that everybody should and needs to do. I feel like it should be mandatory before you can even get a career. I feel like living on your own is on par with working retail. It should be like the law that everybody has to do it. And so, anyway, I get what he's trying to say, but like he was like, oh, well, this is America. When he literally said that. And so, they disagreed on that. And so I got what he was saying, but it's wrong. But I will say I feel like Japanese people have that mindset way more. And I have a video on that too, where their thinking is there's the Japanese way and there's the wrong way. And so they think whatever they've been taught to do is the right way to do it. And even if what you're saying makes sense, they won't do it. If you live here, the way that they clean stuff makes no sense. They will get a big bucket, oftentimes cold or lukewarm water, and they will put a little itsy bitsy amount of like some cleaning solution or bleach. And they will put a little rag inside there and clean everything from floors to ceilings. And if you challenge them and say, hey, that's kind of dirty as fuck, that's not, that's not cleaning shit, they'll be like, oh, that's not true, this is enough. Okay. They don't want to hear shit. When it comes to pretty much everything in life, that's the way it goes. If they've been taught this is how you do it, they don't challenge it. This is the way that you do it. And even like with the aircon, do you know, I'm not lying, you can search this yourself. Every year, hundreds of couples die from not using air conditioning because they've convinced themselves you shouldn't use, and I'm not talking about that eco-friendly, Greta Thornburg, whatever type, Eliza Thornberry, whatever type stuff like that. I'm talking about they've just been trained. It's a waste of money. Don't do this, raise the electric bill, whatever. And it's like, you would rather freeze to death or have a heat stroke than have an electric bill that's over 10,000 yen. And for my Americans here, it used to be about 100 US dollars. Now, mind you, that sounds like a cheap bill, but in Japan, because the houses here are so small and like the apartments, paying $100 is actually a lot more than what you're paying in the US, because for it to warm up just a small space, you are paying a lot per like square foot, whatever. However, we're not living in the US stuff, so we're going to go based off of what the prices are here. Even when I was working low paying jobs, only making like 20,000 yen per month, thought to myself, I need to save money. Let me, freeze to death or overheat myself, because you're going to pay more money having to go to the hospital, miss out on work, and potentially kill yourself and your kids. Like, my brain just does not comprehend how they don't understand. Like, even my husband is a damn doctor. I had to fight with him in order to get like the aircon to be turned down underneath 25, because for him it's like, you don't need to turn down to 25, like, it's cool enough. And it's like, nigga, I'm sweating, it ain't cool enough, the fuck you talking about? So anyway, like I was saying, like, I get it, okay? Like, being, good for the environment, blah, blah, blah. But, like, at the same time, at what point do you think for yourself and realize, yes, I get it, this is the Japanese way of doing things, but sometimes the Japanese way is wrong. Likewise, like, I feel like as an American, it's easier for me to understand this. After coming to Japan, I realized how selfish we are. Like, we don't think about other people. We do things with ourselves in mind. Everything that we do as an American, just about with few exceptions, is based off what makes us feel good, what we like, what we prefer. And their thinking is for the group. What will help everyone else? What benefits everyone else? How can I serve everyone else? So I feel like both of us are wrong. There needs to be some meeting in the middle. There needs to be balance. Doing everything for yourself is wrong, but also not having your own voice and just doing whatever everyone tells you to do and not thinking about yourself at all is also equally bad. So anyway, what is live to be available later? I have to get back to class. Yeah, of course. I always post the lives up later. I only hit the other one because I made a mistake with that one. I was having Wi-Fi issues. You don't have to watch it all right now. It'll still be here later. You can come back and watch it later. It'll still be here, so y'all don't have to sit here because I'm gonna be on here for a long time. So even though I don't know because I started kind of late, I don't know when I'm gonna get off. But anyway, yeah, don't worry. The live stream will be here later on. I'm not really talking about nothing. It's just random conversation today. But I'm so because it's 4 a.m. and I should be in bed. Sorry. Yeah, like that's the problem because like I when I make my live stream, I'm thinking about what works good for the US and here for Japan. I know that a lot of you guys are living in Europe. There's some people in the Caribbean here too and other Asian countries. So you guys are on different time zones or whatever. But yeah, anytime I do a live stream, you don't have to watch it live. And I mean, I appreciate it if you do, at least, stop by for a moment, but you don't have to watch it while I'm live. I will have it posted later on. So after this ends. But yeah, anyway, I'm spending too much time talking about this. I'm going on and on about that. But I can't wait to talk about the data and stuff, y'all, because I've been reading people's crazy stories and whatnot. I've made so many videos talking about them. But yeah, see, I forgot I deleted it. I don't have it anymore. Crap. That's why I was rambling to you all. Because I literally had that saved for so long to help me out. And I stupidly saved it right when I needed it the most. And now I don't see where it is. That sticky note. And then it's hard to like remember what buttons do what because this keyboard is Japanese. I know if there's a way to like make it in English, which is what I want to do, but I didn't have time to do that today. Okay, we're not gonna worry about that right now. But anyway, I've been reading like all the crazy stuff of people's relationship problems here. And again, like it just blows my mind how the blind leading the blind, like people telling people, oh, like, this is normal. And yeah, he definitely likes you. It's like, ma'am, you're being ghosted. Like people like will literally write posts be like, oh, like, I was talking to this Japanese guy and, he said that he likes to cuddle. So I cuddled with him and then he started fingering me. And then like he asked me to suck his dick. And then, and then I told him that, I really liked sucking his dick the night before but now he won't message me anymore. And he said that he's busy with work, but it's been 3 weeks. So what do you guys think? Does he love me? And people be like, well, yeah, but I think maybe he's really busy with work. So, it's normal for them to get back to you in 6 weeks. And it's like, no, he used you for sex. He got what he wanted and now he's done. That's the end of the story. But people keep trying to like make it seem like, oh, that's not true. They're so busy. I did a video on this already. Not gonna go into that, but yeah, I can't wait to talk about this stuff, you all. I kind of want to like play like part of the video that I recorded yesterday, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. But that video, that's definitely like my favorite one. I can't wait to put that one out. But I'm gonna put that one out maybe on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So Sunday and Monday, like I already have like I haven't made like the. Did I make the title for it? I think I did make the title for it. I haven't done a thumbnail though. But I kind of feel bad because like I was gonna make the thumbnail the guy that I'm talking about, but I feel like he's already paid the price because I think he got fired. Either he got fired or he quit. I had a bad experience at my basket. I already shared his picture on Patreon. They know about it already. But this Japanese guy, and I'm gonna assume he's Japanese. I don't know what the fuck he was. To be honest, after I looked at his photo, he actually looks more Korean to me. But I don't give a shit because see, when they see us, they just assume you speak English, you're an American. So look, I'm gonna play the same game. I had a racist cashier, and I'm used to dealing with it. But I feel like now that I've gotten older, because I'm almost 30, you guys. I feel like now that I've gotten older, I'm getting into my auntie Karen phase. I literally like don't. I have like a zero tolerance policy. Like I just get pissed off, and it's like straight to the manager for me. Like I'm sorry, y'all, but I don't have time for that crap. Like if I'm gonna spend my money inside of your store, your business, I'm literally helping line not only the store's pockets or whatever, but I'm keeping you with getting work hours because if they don't make enough money, you don't get hours. I don't do anything to nobody here. Whether you're Vietnamese, Korean, Chinese, I treat all of them the exact same. Every staff member the same. I speak to all of them in Japanese. I don't make any differentiation between them. I'm nice to them all. All I ask is that you treat me the same way. Pulling my hair. You treat me the same way that you treat your Japanese customers. All I'm asking for. But this guy, I went through his line, and long story short, he refused to talk to me. He wouldn't touch me. Like he wouldn't like put the receipt in my hand or anything like that. And granted, I know some people do that here. Like they don't mean it in that type of way, but it was very obvious because I went back in the store and he did make a difference. When he was serving a Japanese customer, he spoke to them. He asked them if they had a point card, asked if they wanted a bag, and he handed them their receipt directly. He did none of that for me. So I might have done some petty things back in return, but I went for full on caramel, y'all. I literally like wrote up a whole like essay to like the manager there. I had my husband translate it for me. And I'm not gonna lie, my husband probably thought that I was crazy, but he went along with me. In fact, he was it him or my mom? I can't remember anymore. I think it might have been my mom. Suggested I actually take a photo of him because at first I didn't take a picture. I went back in the store just to get the photo. But I told the manager, and it actually worked out for me. The manager apologized, and he actually asked if he could keep the note that I wrote because I just knew I was thinking like he's just gonna read what I wrote and maybe throw it away and be like this bitch crazy. But no, he actually kept it. He deeply apologized and he told me he would train his staff. So you'll see all of that in the video later on, but it's very long. That video is like maybe 2+ hours on its own, and I know that it seems petty and dumb, but for me it's like I live here, my children will grow up here. If everybody has the mentality of, oh, it's not that big of a deal, just go to another store, nothing will ever change. And like that's the part that like irritates me, even in the US, where it's like people want change, they want equality, they want fair treatment. But then when people actually fight for it, stand up for it, speak up, oh, you're pulling the race card. Oh, it doesn't matter. Just and don't get me wrong, sometimes people are pulling the race card. Don't get me wrong. But it's like in this situation, I'm not asking him to lick my boots and tie my shoes and shit. I'm just asking, greet me like how you do the Japanese staff or the Japanese customers. Ask me for a receipt like how you do with the Japanese. If he didn't do with anybody, fine. I even wrote it inside my little letter. I said, if you're gonna be rude, do it to everybody, but don't single me out. I ain't do nothing to you. And then what makes me more upset is like Japanese people, Asians in general, they're very class like. I can't explain it, but they respect you a lot more when they know you have money. So for example, even like for myself, if I'm talking to somebody and like my husband comes up randomly and they ask, oh, like, what does he do? You should see like their eyes literally light up. You would think I just told them that I'm gonna personally give them $1 million or something. Oh, like they act like it's a really big deal, right? And so I just think to myself, okay, so they treat people that are, above them like royalty, but then people on their who they perceive to be on their level or beneath, they treat you like trash. So if you get to do this, then shouldn't I play the same game then? shouldn't I treat you like trash? Because, well, I'm a housewife. I can come inside the store whenever the fuck I want to. I can trash things, knock stuff over. It's your job to clean it up. I can treat you like crap. I don't want to touch your dirty retail hands. But I don't have that mentality. I don't act like I'm better than them because I don't have to work. But that's how they treat you. And it's like you're already working a bottom of the barrel job as a grown ass man. And you might say, oh, maybe he's a college student. Well, get mad at your parents that you have to work retail because they couldn't afford to pay for your schooling. And it's like, do you not realize that if you treat your customers like trash, you make your job even harder for yourself? And take out your anger on the racist, rude Japanese people, not me, because I didn't do shit to you. In fact, I don't care if another black girl did something to you. I'm not her. Get mad at her then. Don't take out your anger, towards her on me, because by that standard, I have the right to be racist towards every Asian because pretty much all of my experiences, with the exception of a few in the US, y'all have been racist and mean towards me, and I didn't do shit to you. And then even being here in Japan. And I said this before, but again, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not dark skinned. I'm not trying to pretend like I have the same struggles that people who are do. But something that really like was like a shock to me because it was my first time ever experiencing this. I told the story before. I went to Yodobashi camera. If you live in Osaka, y'all know which store I'm talking about. I get the names mixed up because there's Joshin, there's Yodobashi, Yamada Denki. I think it's Yodobashi camera is the one at Umeda Station. I went there during the summertime on a date with my ex, and I would never forget these two Japanese guys inside the store. They were laughing at me because I'm dark skinned. Can you believe that? They were laughing at me specifically because I had on a dress and I had on flat shoes, and they could see that like the skin like on my foot, like my skin is, burnt. They were like laughing and making jokes about my complexion. That was like my first time like ever experienced it. I was like, wow, like somebody like made a burnt joke about me. And this is like a joke in the black community because like, my complexion is caramel. But anyway, I'm still black at the end of the day. And so why was I talking about this, y'all? It was a point of me saying this to you all. I forgot why I was saying this. But whatever, I'm getting old, y'all. Not everyone, of course. I don't even know what you're referring to anymore. Are you talking about the racist thing or whatever? Because if that's the case, then yeah, it goes without saying. But and I gotta just say this too, full disclosure, no offense to you, but I really hate when people like say that to me because like it goes without saying that nothing is ever everyone. So for example, if I say that oh black men don't like black women, of course that's not true about every black man. There are black men that specifically like dark skinned black women. There are black men who only date. You got the Dr. Umars out there, so I know, but if they don't have to dot their I's and cross their T's and explain, not all Americans are fat, not all Americans are rude, then I don't have to do that either. So it just goes without saying. So anyway, I hate going back to what I was saying at the beginning. I just hate the fact that it's like they can treat you like trash, but you can't do that to them. And again, like I'll share with you all because I'm moving. I was living in Itabashiku, which is like not far from Ikebukuro. I'm literally like right on the edge of Ikebukuro. I can walk there. It's like maybe a 15, 20-minute walk away from where I was living. There are no tourists there, and there's no foreigners that live there. It's rare that you see a tourist walking through the area. I could try to use the excuse to use to dealing with people that, only speak English, being rude, etc. But it's like, even then, why would you choose to work in Tokyo then? If I hate tourists, I'm not going to work in New York or in Chicago or in Los Angeles, and especially not Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, if I don't like Asians, because I'm going to deal with y'all nonstop all day. Hawaii, same thing. I don't want to be in Honolulu or Maui, whatever, because y'all going to frequent there all the time. I'm not encouraging racism, but I'm just saying, if you're prejudiced, why would you choose a job in an area that you're going to be dealing with people that you don't look? The KKK, you ain't gonna ever see them anywhere near the west side or south side of Chicago. I wonder why. They're cowards, right? They hate black people, which is why they're not gonna be there. Okay, if you don't like tourists, don't live in Tokyo. Like the vast majority of this country, tourists will never go to, don't care to go to. And even when people like try to sell you on like, oh, you should go to this place, there's a reason why Japanese people don't want to live there either. It's boring. There's nothing to do there. There's maybe one or two like nice restaurants, one or two cool scenic nature like places, and then that's it. So it's like, okay. somebody spying on me. But yes, like, there's one or two like nice places, and then like that's pretty much it. And so sure, if you live here, I would suggest visiting every prefecture. But suggesting that people waste their precious vacation time to go to the middle of nowhere in Japan, that's pretty stupid. I mean, if you're rich and you can afford it, by all means, go ahead. But people trying to sell foreigners like, oh, visit this city. Tokyo is so overrated. No, it's not, because even you all want to live here. And then like people that tell you not to live in Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, etc., they've all lived there before. Like for example, me, I can tell you, don't live in Kyoto, don't live in Osaka, don't live in Tokyo. Well, easy for me to say. I literally used to live there. So now that I've had my fun there, now I'm telling you, don't live there. Don't go on vacation there. You don't need to see, Kyoto. You don't need to see Arashiyama. You don't need to see, Dontonbori. Sure. Do I like other things in other places? Yeah, I do. But if I had to go back, would I not want to do that again? I would want to go and do those things again. And I feel like your trip is incomplete without seeing those places. But anyway, I really wish I could like remember like what I had on my list, because it was so much stuff that I want to talk to you guys about specifically today. And like the time I could like exit this live stream and like start again, but I don't feel like doing that all over again. But it was some like really important stuff that I wanted to talk about inside that list that I really, really, really want to talk to you guys about. But whatever, you'll hear about this stuff later on when I do those videos. But anyway, there'll be a two-part thing. So I'll do like one video for tomorrow. I'm talking about my basket thing. Oh, I didn't say the name of the store. It was at my basket. And then the second part would be the next day. I think there was a third part, but I'll wait to like share that part if there was. And then like the next day, this is gonna offend a lot of you all politically correct, TikTokers. But I made that video about stay-at-home dads, Assad. I don't know how you pronounce it, SAHD. That shouldn't even be a word. I'm sorry. Look, I understand 50-50 relationships. I get it. But where do we draw the line? You're going to have not just a baby, you give birth to twins, you're a doctor, and your husband stays at home and he doesn't work? I'm sorry. I'll leave the commentary for that video, but I have been dying to like publish that because I was literally laughing yesterday. I feel sorry for anybody that's walking through the hallway here. My husband had to tell me to shut up. I couldn't stop laughing. I just listened to my own like video while I was editing it because I forgot like some of the stuff that I said. But I can't. And I get it. That's their marriage. It's none of my business. But I cannot imagine myself going to school to become. It's one thing for you to become a doctor and you all work together, or your husband, does something outside of the house to work, even if it's not making as much money as you do. I'm not judging that. I'm saying you have this career and your husband is basically playing the role of the woman at home. You have to go back to work after your 3 to 6 months of maternity leave. And he takes care of the babies instead of you recovering your body and being with your children. No, ma'am. And unfortunately, she was a Black woman. So I had to talk about it, y'all. I just had to. That was like burning on me. I had to speak on that. My friend loves living in Osaka. I do not like Osaka. I hated it. I feel like Osaka was fun. I don't know what you are, but most Black people in particular, they love Osaka. Normally, most Black people that live in Japan long term, they move to Osaka, and if they leave Osaka, they go back there. I guess I'm not Black because I don't like it. In fact, that's part of why I don't like it. It seems ghetto. So, but then again, like my mind has changed towards Roppongi. I used to not like Minatoku, but recently, I'm not gonna lie, I told my husband like I think that when we do buy a house, I actually want us to live in Minatoku now. Like I used to like Shibuya-ku more, but more recently, I'm kind of like, you know what? I think Black people might have been on to something. Because I used to always think to myself, why do Black people like Minatoku so much? Why I like Roppongi? And I'm not gonna lie, I don't personally prefer Roppongi as a whole, but I do like that area a lot more. Like for example, I really like what is it, Taranamo Hills or whatever you call that place. I like that area, like near the embassies and whatnot. Like it feels rich. So I do like it, and I changed my mind on that. But for Osaka, I have mixed feelings towards it. I do like that Osakans are very friendly, like they're very outgoing, but I feel like that's a double-edged sword. On one end, if they want to be nice to you, it makes their life like a lot more livable and it makes things fun for you. But then like on the other end, I also feel like I don't know, like Osakans can be really mean and racist if they do choose to be. So basically, the nice people are the nicest you'll meet, but the mean people are the meanest people that you will meet. So it has both extremes. But I like being in Tokyo. And this is nothing that I talked about inside of a video, I think, in the past. If you're single and you're like, you want to get married, whether you're a man or a woman, but especially like if you're not the best looking person, or if you're older, or if you're broke and you're a man, Tokyo is the place to be. Because oof, maybe the broke part, I don't know. But aside from that, if the other things fit the category for you, if that fits you, there's way more people here, and it's much easier to go on dates here than Osaka. You have a much more limited pool of people to choose from if you're trying to date in the Osaka area. Osaka is very busy, just like how Kyoto is. It's also a big city, but the dating pool is significantly smaller when you compare it to Tokyo. And you don't realize it until you go back to Tokyo. Like, for example, I started off in Tokyo, but when I went to Osaka, I thought, oh, okay, it's the same. But after I went back to Tokyo, I was like, whoa, like I'm getting way more likes, way more matches, way more people to talk to, even just walking down the street. If you just like, unless you're ugly, if you just hang out in areas that are really populated, people will come up to you and like hit on you and like ask for it. You will get creepy people too. And I will argue you will get mostly creepy people, but you will also get genuine people that will literally like stop you in your tracks and be like, hey, like, can I have your Instagram? Like, can I have your line? Whatever. I feel like you have better opportunities to get married. I personally never had a serious relationship develop that way, but I do know of people who actually got married to someone that they met like at a festival, they met at the train station. That's not my story, but it is for other people. So I am saying that if I were you, or these people listen to this video, whatever, and that's what you're looking for, I would suggest staying in Tokyo at least until you have settled down. But I don't know. I have to go back to Osaka and see like how I feel about living there. Like the only thing that really appeals to me over Tokyo at this point is the two things is it's less crowded, and on top of that, the cost of living is significantly less. It's like half of what you're paying in Tokyo. So to me, Kyoto people are the rudest. And I feel like Osaka is a close second place to them. And it's funny because people say the Tokyo people are, but I disagree. I feel like Osakans they're ghetto. Like they can be really friendly, but I feel like I come across more of them that are like ghetto rude. So it's just my own personal 2 cents. Most people disagree with me. If you ask the average person that lives in Japan, they will swear to you Osaka is better than Tokyo, and especially a black person. So this is just me. I'm giving that disclosure right now. Don't take my word. It's just me. So yeah, your friend is living there because like most people, they love Osaka. Foreigners do. Um, Let me check if y'all messaged me at all. Because I tried to ask on like Patreon and like nobody. I got like one person that said something, and I wrote down what she said, but like now I can't find my sticky note. But it feels weird to post again. And then like YouTube kind of punished me because like a lot of people didn't get notifications. They just saw that I uploaded because my video was in their feed and whatnot. Oh, that's why I didn't get anything. My Wi-Fi is off. That's why. But anyway, I will say that, like the longer that I've been here, like I am starting to feel like I don't want to live in Japan forever. And you'll see that in other videos in the future. But I like Japan, but I feel like especially like this past year, like seeing how foreigners are being treated, it just made me feel more and more like I'm grateful to be an American and I don't want to like live here permanently. Like I know that I'll always come back here, but I don't want to like make this my life and like give up my US citizenship. I'm not gonna do that, that's for sure. But I don't know, like it's always had problems, but I feel like things actually are getting worse than they were before, and I don't like that aspect of it. And especially like if the yen rate doesn't recover, somebody like said this during a live stream. I think my last live stream or the one before that, where they were like saying, like, "Oh, like Ren, like, what do you think about the yen rate?" And I thought that, oh, it's just a temporary thing. No, you were right. So well, they didn't say anything to make themselves right, but they were like asking, "What are my thoughts on it?" And I thought, oh, it's just a little temporary dip. It'll go back up. And my husband was too, because I'm not gonna lie, I brushed him off. He listens to this guy, Yoichi, on YouTube. He's like one of Abe's cabinet members. And this is like one of the cool things about me being married to a Japanese person. I know that I could do this on my own, but I wouldn't know what to search for. It's interesting to see like what they watch on YouTube. So, for example, like he's introduced me to Midori from Nico Nico, and he's introduced me to Yoichi and some other channels too. Like seeing like what they listen to finance wise, what they listen to like diet wise, like stuff that we wouldn't know about because it does not go viral on Twitter, even though the videos have lots of views, but we don't know who these people are. So I think it's interesting to like pick their brain on what they think about different topics. But that guy Yoichi, he predicted that before the yen like dipped as bad as it did, and I like brushed off my husband. He was like, "Oh, like yeah, the yen rate is gonna go. I think it's gonna go down to like 60 something or 58 yen to one USD." And I was like, I listened to him like, right. Like I have some imaginary real estate to sell to you. I just ignored it. But I'm like, okay. And he was right. He was right. It either got to the exact amount that he said or very close to it. So anyway, I sometimes like listening to the stuff that he listens to because it allows me to learn more about what Japanese people are thinking, about their culture, and about their mindset. So for example, he watched a video maybe almost 2 years ago now, or might have been 2 years ago, about him like advising people to not use Shein, and I'm guilty. I do like Shein. And I know that my husband doesn't like that because I waste a ton of his money buying stuff from them like on a monthly basis. But anyway, yeah, like he didn't like the fact that with the credit card information, how it seems sketchy with China, like having that access. So anyway, it's interesting to hear things that are not tourist or foreigner centric, but real like Japanese news. So whatever. Anyway, let me check my messages, see if I have anything, which I don't think I do. Because apparently y'all just like listening to me ramble about nothing. And I'm getting old, y'all. Like, I'm not trying to get dementia, but I'm not gonna lie. My mom said that, it's probably like just stress, but I'm finding it hard to remember what I'm talking about. Like I've literally recorded videos and like I had to stop the video because I forgot what I was talking about in the videos. Like I was making a point, but I don't remember what the point was. And I've had to like just pause the video and like open up the file and like go back to like the last 30 seconds, like, oh, that's what I was talking about. So I am scaring myself a little bit. But see, that's why I have sticky notes to help myself remember these things. So, oh, I forgot about that. Okay, so let me. Y'all so nasty. If you're wondering what happened to my OnlyFans, I deleted it because I got married out of respect for my husband. He didn't ask me to, but I did because I felt that it was wrong to have, and he was a little bit, not gonna lie, he was too liking towards the idea that I had one. He was like, "You have an OnlyFans?" Like, it's not what you're thinking. Like, look, anybody that's been there can vouch for me, and I still have everything that I posted there on my phone. You were not seeing anything. I wasn't doing anything with anyone, and there were no holes or bits being shown. It was no different than the same type of crap that you're seeing here on or that you were seeing on Instagram back when I used to post my thirst traps. But I've become a good girl. We don't do those things anymore. Maybe for now. So you would not be seeing that again. And also, like, I guess a lot of my drive is no longer there either because I don't need to worry about money. I mean, I like money, but I don't really have to think about it so much like how I used to. So I'm grateful that my husband takes care of me. As I said before, like I don't even know like how much the utility bills are. Like I know around, but I don't, and I don't even think he knows. Like everything's just on auto pay. Like I'm no longer like, oh my god, like the rent is due, I can't pay it. It's just okay. I don't think about these things. So yeah. And then plus, like, not gonna lie, it's kind of stressful like, trying to figure out like what to post each month without like recycling the same thing over and over again. And also there were some creepy people there as well. And I had people that got mad at me because I wouldn't like go all the way. And it's like I made it very clear what you were signing up for when you signed up. So sorry that you were thinking with your dick and not your brain, but not my problem. But yeah, I won't say I'll never go back to it, but I probably never will, especially not while I'm married. So sorry. But yeah, that ship has sailed. I'm not doing that anymore, which is also why I removed a lot of the stuff that I had on Instagram. Not everything's gone. So look while you still can. And also like Instagram has, they've changed their rules since, back when I first started on Instagram, where now it's so easy to get flagged. For example, I had somebody like leave me an ignorant, like hateful comment on Instagram. And when I responded back to him saying how, I think I said like men are trash or whatever. Do you know that they flagged my account and gave me a warning to terminate my account? Because and they were saying it was because of hate speech because I said men are trash. And it's like this nigga just I forgot exactly what he said, but he like went off me with saying all type of ignorant stuff, like calling me a whore, this, that, and the other. But my comment is the one that gets flagged. What? And so I blocked him. And mind you, he got mad because he was like sending me like sexual like messages or whatever. And I said that I didn't like him doing that. That was making me uncomfortable. And then he got mad at me. He was like, well, if you don't like it, don't post this. Like, Okay, or you can control yourself. Like when women see men that are like tall and rich, we don't tell them, I can't wait to swipe your credit card. I can't wait to use you for your resources. We don't say that type of shit. So if I can keep my fucking mouth closed and I see a 6'5" guy that's, making $1 million a year, you can do that too when you see somebody that you find attractive. So, whatever. Anyway, I'm thirsty and I'm hungry and I'm trying not to drink because I don't have to go to the bathroom, but I kind of need to, and my mouth is so dry. But anyway, yeah, like, I don't have to talk to you guys about, like, it's been so long and there's a lot to catch up on, but I don't know what I want to say. And I honestly feel like really nervous, like being live again, because it's been so long since I've done this. And honestly, like I said, I kind of didn't want to come back. Like part of me was like, I should just leave and like let everybody just wonder what happened. And I will warn you, one day I will leave, but I will give closure. I will not just suddenly disappear. In fact, if it makes you feel any better, I've already recorded like 3 different videos thinking that I was going to leave, and I might actually reuse one of those in the future. So I will have a video if I do leave. I'll never just disappear. So if I ever go on a hiatus again, which I'll just warn you, there may be one in the future, it's not the end. Just know that. Because if it is the end, I would have uploaded a video saying that it was, unless I die in a freak accident. Fingers crossed. We don't want that to happen. But I'm just saying, that's the only way you would not get closure. Yeah. I don't know what I want to say to you guys. Like, I literally, like, I know you guys, well, I know you guys can see me. I know that I can't see you all, but like, I feel like I can. And I really do not like public speaking at all. I have really bad stage fright. And I hate like being live because like I can't perfect and edit myself. Like if I say I do something wrong, like it's there permanently forever. But yeah, I'm trying to think. There's something else I want to share with you all. Should I be honest about that now? Mm, nah, I'll wait. I was gonna share something about my plans, but I'd rather surprise you all and let you all see. So we won't talk about that yet. But anyway, I got so upset, you all. If you remember me talking about frijoles, like the I cannot say that word to like save my life. The Mexican restaurant here in Japan, like the Tex-Mex place, they raised their prices significantly. Their portions are smaller. These bitches are serving me undercooked beans. I've never had uncooked beans before, but you know they're uncooked when you eat them. The black beans were crunchy, like I was crunching on roaches or something like that. It was disgusting. I literally spit it out like what was inside that burrito, and then I realized like, oh, they didn't cook the beans all the way through. But it's Japan, and the hassle of trying to talk to them and explain what happened, because I didn't order from them directly. I used Uber Eats, of course, and I was like, look, Uber Eats has me on their blacklist. Their do not do not refund list. So anytime that I want to get a refund, I have to like message them on Twitter. It's so fat and embarrassing. And like, it's not even worth it at this point. I'll just, take my losses or whatever with that. But it's like little things like this that I do miss about being in the US, because like I don't even have to like turn it to a Karen. I could just nicely explain like, hey, like, you gave me this burrito, but the beans are uncooked. But like here in Japan, it's like, okay. It's like their customer service is great until you have a problem. Like if you don't need help with anything, the customer service is wonderful. But like if something happens bad, you're at the mercy of Taro and Sachiko, because like sometimes they will go above and beyond for you. Like for example, at this hotel, I made a video on this already because I was being petty, but I booked 2 different rooms, and I used Priceline to like book my hotels. And so I did one, I did 2 that were book now, pay later. And I did one that was book now, pay later. And I, booked the room so that it would be reserved because I made the mistake of waiting too late and the other room was taken. So I wanted to like secure that room. And so they allow you to cancel it for a full refund 2 days before, right? So I emailed them saying, like, I want to cancel this reservation. I already booked another one and I paid for the other one. So please cancel this one. This Japanese man messaged me telling me, oh, well, you can cancel your reservation doing XYZ. And I forgot to mention in my email, I told him that there's no option for me to cancel it on my own. And so I explained that apparently they changed the way their website is set up for this hotel on Priceline, because it used to be with this brand Appa Hotel that you could cancel your reservation. So long story short, he messaged me trying to teach me how to do it, and I'm like, I didn't ask you how to do it. I told you cancel it, and you're also playing games with me. And if it goes past 11:59, I have to pay for this room plus the other room. So why are you doing this? Not to mention, they don't know why the fuck we're here. I could be on vacation. The reservation was made in my name, and they saw that I'm a foreigner and I'm clearly speaking to them in English by email. So it's like, if I'm a tourist here enjoying my vacation, I would have ended up having to pay for 2 different rooms potentially because I would not have realized that you didn't cancel my reservation, but instead you emailed me back instructions on what I should do to cancel on my own. So he messaged me teaching me how to do it and then told me that if it doesn't work, that I can reach out to them again. I messaged this man back and I told him, I was like, well, that's why I messaged you so that you can do it. She's like, yeah, as long as you cancel it, the day that you check in. I didn't ask that. Like, just cancel it. That's your fucking job. And see, like, if I do this, then I'm a Karen. So I was trying to, be nice about it. Like, well, that's why I reached out to you so you would do it. I get here, and when I get ready to check in, they're confused because there's 2 reservations. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So they didn't tell me, but I will say the Japanese guy that was handling me, he was really nice, and he softened it, and he has to be like a supervisor or something, because he didn't take the blame. He didn't put the blame on the guy Okubo, whatever. And this guy was like Kameda, whatever. He didn't put the blame on Okubo, who was the guy that I was emailing. He didn't even say that like the guy didn't cancel it. He just noticed that it didn't happen, and so I think he was afraid of me getting mad at him. And so he like was going back and forth between like being on the customer side of the counter and on his side of the counter. And so like he like was putting in all my information. So he canceled it for me. And instead of making me wait until 3 o'clock to check in, he let me check in immediately, right away, no extra charge. And so again, without him even telling me that he was doing this as service for me, I saw what he was doing. But I did ask. I was like, "Oh, I can go in right now." He was like, "Yeah, because you guys are going to be staying there for a long time. That you can you can go to your room right away." And it's like, we're only going to be here for a week, but okay. So anyway, I appreciated it, but it did just kind of like piss me off. It's like little things like that where if we were in the U.S., now y'all know damn well somebody would have gone off on them, a big deal would have been made. You would have probably got like a free night or something like that. But like here in Japan, it's like they do the bare minimum for customer service. Like freebies are rare, and when they are, they're very like small. But anyway, I appreciated that. Mexican food in Japan. Yeah, they have Mexican food here. So, it's Tex Mex, but to me, Mexican food. But I will say, generally speaking, most of the Mexican food here is horrible. Absolutely not good at all, in any way whatsoever. However, there are some places that are. Frijoles is good. They opened up a place, I think it's called Dunk Tacos. I shared the photo on Patreon a year ago. I never posted anything on Instagram, I don't think, but I went there with my husband last year. There's a place called Dunk Tacos in Ikebukuro. If you know where Sunshine City is, the mall there, is it called Sunshine City? What is the name of that mall? Whatever. We're gonna call it Sunshine City. In Sunshine City, there's a mall there, and if you go like up to the top floor, is it Sunshine City? No, no, no. It's not at Sunshine City. It's at Ikebukuro Station, I think. Yeah, Ikebukuro Station. If you go through the Cebu store, there's a place up there, and to me, they have the best tacos that I've had here. But yeah, Ikebukuro has good tacos. Friola's has multiple locations. They have one in not Omotesando. What's the other one? Oh, something. Is it Omotesando? I can't think of the name. Something starts with an O. Anyway, on the JR line, there's a station that starts with O. It's not Omotesando. I can't think of the name. Not Omiya. Um, See, I'm old, y'all. Don't be asking me these questions. But anyway, they have lots of places here. They have multiple locations. There's a Shibuya location with them. They have a Roppongi location. They have that other location that I can't think of the name of. I think there's one more. So actually, Osaka has good tacos too. There's a restaurant called Cactus there. There's another one whose name I can't remember, but it's very close to the Cactus restaurant. So if you can find that one, you can find the other one. And actually, I think the other restaurant, their food is cheaper and tastes better. The Cactus one is good, but their portions are very small and it's very expensive, and their hours are very short. So yeah, there is good food here, and there are other places I haven't been to. Like there's also another place whose name I can't remember. I think it's just called Tacos in Tokyo Station. They have a place there as well, and I actually shared some pictures and videos of that place. I think in the video that I did when I went to Kyoto with my husband. I think I shared it there. So yeah, there are some places here. They have every type of food. They have Jamaican food here too. So not quite exactly the best you can get, but they have their version of it. It does exist here in Japan. So any country you could think of, they have Ukraine restaurants, they have Italian restaurants. I'm not gonna lie, look, I'm not Italian, but and I don't even like Italian food, but they butchered they butchered the pasta that I had there. It was the worst I've ever had. And like I said, like I ain't no Chef Ramsay, but I felt like I was after I ate there. That was absolutely disgusting. So, but they love it. They love it. In fact, if you ask the average Japanese person, many of them will tell you that their favorite food is Italian. So, but when they say Italian, they're talking about their Italian food, and their Italian food is not good. It's horrible. So, granted, I did have a good lasagna, but it was kind of a weird type of. It was under seasoned, but somehow magically good. I think it was the cheese on there or something that did it for me. But anyway, yes, they do have Mexican food here. Um, I wanted to like have that like before I leave because I guess I'll share that now. I'm going to the US next week. So that is why we are here right now. I don't know how long I will be there, but it will be for some time. So yeah, I shouldn't have shared that now. I was gonna wait till later, but I was like, nah, I'll just tell you guys now. So I'm probably gonna like stay for like a couple of weeks or a month and then come back and then I'll leave again in December. So yeah, I have a lot going on with that too. And so I wanted to eat that before I left because where I was living in Itabashi, like Frijoles does not deliver there. And one of the things that I really hated about living in Itabashi is all the good restaurants I like to go to, all the foreign food, they don't deliver there. And they're too far away. Look, I mean, you could do, but it's a little ghetto here to like get in the train with fast food. So I try not to do that because it's rude and smelly, as they would say. So, yeah, generally speaking, if you're going to eat, you should just go to the restaurant, eat there. Or if you're going to take it home, walk home or ride a bike home. And I'm not about to ride no 1 hour and a half ride from Shibuya to get to Itabashi or whatever. So, and also, I can't ride a bike, but I could send my husband out to go do it, but he would not be happy about that. So, because I feel really bad. Like, I love Panda Express, but like he had a bad experience. We went there and they were getting ready to close, and they served us cold food. And for him, it was like, why are we paying for this crap? Like, you can get like better food at Oshino. Is it Oshino? No, Osaka Osho. So yeah, but it's like, no, you don't understand. Panda is good, but I feel like I like food, which is why I understand Japanese people. Okay, like, I bitch on them for this, but I get it. I like food that is made for like American taste buds. Like I feel like I'm sorry for the Italians, but I do like American pizza better than what I've had that's supposed to be Italian style. But see, I haven't been to Italy. Assuming that the pizza that I had here in Japan that was Italian style is what it's supposed to taste like. I kind of like the fat, greasy shit that we have in the US. Like, I know it's not healthy and it's not the way to make it, but I kind of like it. Just like a Mexican food. Like, I haven't been to Mexico, but I'm sorry for anybody that's Hispanic, but I actually do like American, like Mexican food. Like, I know it's not the real thing, but I like it. So, anyway, since I go and celebrate Thanksgiving. Now, we probably won't be there for Thanksgiving. We're probably just going to be there till maybe mid or early October. But I did think about that, and we might do it next year. But who knows? I don't know. I don't know. Because actually, it doesn't. Let me just put it this way: it's not really my choice. I want to stay for the whole end of like the year because to me it's like why are we paying for a flight to go there for a couple of weeks and then going back again in December when we could just stay there for the whole time and just do one back and forth trip. But I ain't trying to start a fight here. So all I gotta say is this is I do want to go to the US for Thanksgiving. I miss Black Friday shopping, but I heard that like Black Friday isn't really a thing in the US. I don't know if that's true anymore, but that's actually sad to me because like one of my dreams was to like have money and actually be able to shop on Black Friday because like every time that I went growing up, we would just get like whatever like the cheapest stuff on sale was. Like for example, I remember like it used to be like really trendy to wear like colored like skinny jeans, and so I remember like going to J.C. Penney. They had like a bunch of like colored skinny jeans on sale for like I think they were $15 or $10 a pair or whatever. So like we did stuff like that, but like we never like bought like you know, the big screen TVs and things like that. So I wanted to do that, but I don't think. First of all, I don't think that he can, and secondly, I don't think he really wants to either. So I can go by myself though, so I might do that. But if not this year, I would definitely come back for Thanksgiving next year. So fingers crossed for myself. I don't know. I might, but it was something else. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. It was something else somebody asked. So, okay. Being honest, I don't normally answer questions job related because I do normally charge for consultation for that. But I can't answer your question being honest. It's not even like a matter of me trying to like do the whole paywall thing, but I legitimately cannot. Somebody asked me, they did an interview with Nova and they were told they would get an email back that evening of the same day and that they haven't heard back from them. But you also didn't tell me what day. Oh, no, you did. You said yesterday. So, I mean, there's two different things. One, it could be that because it was Friday and they didn't have enough time that they didn't get back to you, or it could be that they decided just to not hire you. I would wait because sometimes they really do just take a while. When I got my job, I hate to say the name of the place, the Osaka job that I had, they did not get back to me in the time frame that they gave me, but they did hire me. And I honestly was a little impatient. I messaged them back because they didn't get back to me in the time frame that they told me. And I do not suggest that you do that. I suggest that you wait, give them a couple of days. If you don't hear back from them by, I would say, Tuesday or Wednesday, then message them and ask. But aside from that, like, if they're not getting back to you, they probably just decided not to hire you for whatever reason. Don't hold your breath on that. And of course, it just applies to other jobs too. Like, they're not the only place that hires from abroad. So, yep, rejection sucks. It hurts. I've lost out on jobs for really dumb stuff. I shared videos about that before. I literally had jobs that have like decided not to hire me because I wore earrings or my nails were long or, I had in contacts. And it's like, so instead of just telling me, hey, when you start working here, don't do this, you're assuming that based on how I look during the interview, which isn't ghetto, might I add, looking appropriate, and my natural nails, but they're just long. I can cut these. And then it made me so upset because it's like, I get it how that should be common sense, but it wasn't common sense to me because I just got to working at another IB school. And normally, IB schools, they give you full agency over yourself. You can dress however you want to. I mean, some of them do have uniforms, but like, you can accessorize however you want to. Like, you can wear rings, you can wear bracelets, you can wear necklaces, watches, whatever. They don't care about your hairstyle, hair color, etc. So going from a school that's completely relaxed with that, then to another one that thinks that all schools run the way that they do. And then the fact that they loved me. Like, I did great during the interview. And they made it very clear. They liked my demo lesson so much. They asked if they could keep my notes for my demo lesson because they wanted to steal my demo lesson. They did all that just to not hire. I wanted to flip that table so damn bad. But anyway, yes, you will have jobs that will reject you, even although you are seemingly perfect. I had a job that turned me away because they had a British girl that had a master's degree over me. And it's like, you don't even need a bachelor's degree for the job. But that's what I was saying to you all. Like, y'all think that I'm gatekeeping. It's like, I'm telling you, if you want to be more competitive, get a relevant degree. Because if you're trying to work for a job that pays well with, teaching English, if they're going to narrow it down, because they're going to have to, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of applicants that apply to every job. If everybody is degreeless, they're going to look at the people that have the degree. And if everybody has a bachelor's degree, they're going to look at who has the master's degree. Everybody has a master's, they're going to look at who has the doctorate. Then they're going to start looking at experience. Then they're going to start looking at how old are you. All of these things are going to get factored in. So if you don't want to be competitive, hey, whatever. I tried to help you. So I have videos on that too, because man, they've been tearing my ass up in the comment section. My video about Asian studies or whatever. I have deleted some, but I saved them for the video, so I will be reading them there. But y'all don't listen. Not her, but I'm talking like other people that have gotten mad at me about that. But my friend works in a Montessori school. There's a bachelor's in maths to teach kids basic maths, MP. Yeah, like see, like, and again, like you don't, depending on where you work, you don't always need it, but it helps significantly. Like even for being, doing PE or whatever. It helps if you have some sort of certification or degree related to it. You don't have to, at least here in Japan, but it's like if you don't, you're not going to be very competitive. I got lucky with that job in Osaka. I never went. Y'all was so ignorant. I didn't even know what an IB school was. I was like, IB. I didn't know it was anything special. They were desperate to hire somebody and they took a chance and they, taught me and I learned as I went. And that opened up the door, gave me new opportunities. But before then, they didn't care that I was an American. It didn't matter that I was young. It didn't matter that, I had a bachelor's degree. It didn't matter that my degree was in education. Their perspective was, I'm not experienced specifically with that. And so while sure, I was more than qualified for a regular, Eikawa job, I was not more than qualified to work at an IB school. And so again, like having that relevancy helps you. Now, I'm not going to suggest that you go and study something you don't want to if you don't plan to live here forever. That would be stupid. I think it's dumb to get a degree in education when you've never been to Japan, because then you're going to be resentful. You're going to have I won't call it a useless degree, but a degree that you resent getting. And then you're not going to stay here for more than a year or two. That's dumb. I'm not going to suggest that. But I will say, for many of you that, watch content like mine and you feel like you want to live it forever, you're hurting yourself by not getting something relevant. You can get a job in finance. There's engineer jobs. There's all type of stuff you can do. You don't have to be a teacher, but it is easier to be a teacher. And short term, it actually does pay more. A lot of those other jobs, the people that have the good salaries, they won't tell you all this, but most of them, they're hired from overseas. They got transferred through their company. They didn't get their job from within Japan, meaning that you're never going to be able to compete with them. And even with those people, a lot of them think they're making so much more money than teaching English when really they could have made the same amount or more if they just worked for a different school. So, like for example, like my last job, I wasn't making the most money in the world, but I was making more than making more than 400,000 yen per month. And just to let you know, just what 2 years before that, I thought that I was rich because I was getting 270,000 yen at my job. So, and again, like if I had stuck on my contract, even after getting raises each year, the most I would have been making would be 300,000 yen at that point. So just saying. And look, 400,000 ain't a ton either, but a lot of people, think that, oh, like, teacher salaries are, they're so low. And it's like everybody is not making 200,000 yen per month. That's you. So, and like even like with these IT jobs, like if you really hate teaching that much, then maybe it's worth it for you. But a lot of people don't realize that it's like the IT engineer finance jobs here, most of them are very unstable. They fire and hire very fast, and on top of that, they don't offer you a lot of salary. Like a lot of these people are making the same 300,000, 250,000 yen per month that you're making, and at best they're getting 500,000 yen on a good month. But most people are not making that much money. The average person doing an IT or engineer, whatever type related job, they're making somewhere between 200,000 to no more than 400,000 yen per month, which also can be achieved through being a teacher. Just saying. So do what you want. I'm just telling y'all what I would do if I were you. So I really wish I had that sticky note, you all. But as hmm? Oh, he got a promotion. Let's make it less. You know, I won't even necessarily say that that's unusual because in my opinion, I feel like even in the US, like some I won't say that normally, I don't know how to put it. Depending on the circumstance, it could sometimes be worth it to get paid less to have a better title, promotion, or whatever. But at the same time, I don't think that a good company does that. It can be worth it for your resume to reduce your salary in order to get the title that you want. But I would not trust a company that's paying me less money while promoting me. That does not sound like a good company to work for, which, yeah, I do think is bogus as far as that goes. But anyway, at least he has the title because there's a lot of jobs here in Japan that they will give you responsibility without giving you the title or the pay. So, not to make it sound any better or to gaslight the situation, but I saw that happen all the time. I made a video about that too with that girl that I was working with, that Japanese chick, and she's supposed to be an assistant teacher, and she just made herself up the assistant manager, and the manager let her do it. So she literally faked having a panic attack because I snitched on her, and she went home that day. And I'm like, now if I did that, they would have just fired my black ass. But she has a panic attack because God forbid a foreigner snitched on her and she's actually in the wrong. She couldn't handle it. She literally had them call the ambulance and take her home. I wish I could say that I was joking. That was the most overly dramatic. I could not believe that. So, anyway, that job was crazy. I didn't tell y'all the name of that company. I'm not gonna say it, but I worked in Nishinomiya. That's all I'm gonna say, and that was where that happened. But yeah, it feels weird being back. You all like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I kind of, I don't even want to like be on this live stream right now because like we're trying to feel nervous, and then like also like, I don't know, like I liked having that privacy, but I miss being here too. Like I miss reading you all's comments and like editing my video. Like it made me like laugh and feel like I wanted to like come back to YouTube again. But I hate like the responsibility and expectation of like doing daily uploads or replying to every comment because people take that personally too. So can't make everyone happy. So it's a lot of emails, you guys. I'm sorry. It's a lot of them asking questions about teaching. Hello, Ren. I was looking for ESL teaching jobs online and I chanced on your channel. Could you by any chance help me out? I'm a young lady from Ghana. This is going to be complicated. Long story short, to make it simple, it is very difficult to get a job teaching English or a job period when you're not from a native English speaking country, but it is possible. I would suggest using Gaijinpot and just making a really good resume and applying to all the jobs that offer overseas interviews or whatever that say they have like a little checkbox like accepts overseas applicants or whatever. That's going to be your best bet. Nova Gaba, Kids Duo. There's always like a random mom and pop shop that comes up like every summer, every fall. Like new schools open up in the spring and fall, not summer. And you would normally see jobs that will become desperate enough where they will hire people that are either not native English speakers and or that are natives but that don't live in Japan. So the hardest thing is getting your foot in the door. Like once you're here, it's much easier to like find jobs, switch jobs. And as I said before, like you're not trapped with the person that sponsors you. You can literally accept a visa sponsor and quit the same day. Just wait until you have the visa in your hand. This is not legal advice. I'm just telling you what you can do. After they give you that, you're good to go. Like you can switch and go to whatever other school you want to. And most schools that wouldn't have hired you before, they will now hire you because you're already physically in Japan. One of the biggest things that schools don't want to do, it's stupid, but like they don't want to feel like you use them for a visa, which is like you're going to be used regardless. But I get it, but I kind of don't at the same time. It's like, do you need the teacher or do you not? So if you're already here, most of them will feel like, well, I'm not sponsoring your visa, so I don't mind. So just to let you know, like the hard part is getting here. Once you're here, it's easy. Most people that are working as teachers are not native English speakers, even although that is the demand and what they request. The average teacher is not a native speaker, especially like when you're working like Kaiwas and whatnot. When I got my first job in Kyoto, I was the only native English speaker. Everyone else that I worked with was like from India, from Germany, from Italy. Like it was people from all other type of countries. So you don't have to be a native English speaker. It does help a lot. And I will say, full disclosure, that job did not hire from overseas. But I'm just explaining like once you get here, it's much easier to find jobs that do hire people that are not native English speakers. And you really want to focus on like connections. It sounds so cliche, but you will need to network if you're not a native speaker. Because the way that they normally get their jobs, they won't tell you this, but they get their jobs through friends and family. So normally they have a friend who started a school or a friend who got a management position, and then they put in a good word for that friend and they get a job that way. I won't say the name of the person that what's I say? I won't say the name of the person that got my brain. I won't say the name of the person that, I saw doing this, the name of the school. But I worked at a school that had a bunch of Filipinos working there. And I actually has two different schools I could think of that fit that category. One school hired me, the other one didn't hire me because they didn't want to sponsor my visa, ironically. But anyway, both those schools were prime examples. Those people got their jobs because their friends suggested them, friends and family. And so, actually, the last job that I had before I got married perfectly fits that category. It was like, I want to say, like half the staff was Filipino. And while they weren't related, they all knew each other. It was like they had a friend who suggested their friend and their cousin, this and the other. It's like they were all working together. And so if you can network with people that are from the same country as you can find work more easily here if you're not a native English speaker, because that's how most of them get their jobs. Then, after you get your foot in the door, you can save up money, start your own business. You might choose to go somewhere else. For example, there's a lot of people here that are from, other countries that aren't native English speakers, including, various countries in Africa that are doing engineer, IT related work, finance work, etc. You don't have to be a teacher, but for getting your first visa, getting your foot in the door, I do suggest going that route. It's much easier to do, but just know that like you're not limited to just teaching English. And while it is going to be hard to sell yourself on why you should get the job over a native speaker, you can get it. It's just going to be more difficult. So I don't have any magic, whatever advice for you right now. But I can make a video specifically on that topic again. It's been a long time since I addressed that. But I honestly have not even applied for a job in a very long time. So I don't even know who's hiring anymore. I don't even know what these websites look like. I felt like an old lady just getting on Instagram the other day. I was like, oh my God, like what vibe am I feeling? Like y'all got, what do they call it, notes or whatever now? Like what's the difference between a note and a story or whatever they call that little thing? And they've changed the layout of it. Like, look, I'm not a baby boomer, but I feel like I am. my feelings already got hurt when I was like, people don't wear chunky heels anymore and skinny jeans aren't in style. Like, I had to learn all these things. I'm gonna be in for a surprise, like when I go to the US, because like my husband dresses like a millennial and so do I. But yeah, I'm gonna try to be a little more fashionable, I guess. So I've been wearing mostly dresses. So in my defense, like I guess I was still wearing things that are in style, but gonna be watched later, heading to bed. Good night. And yeah, like I said, for anybody like here watching, like I'm probably gonna actually end this not too long from now because I don't really have nothing to say. Y'all not saying nothing to me either. Y'all not asking any questions. Y'all not coming up with any topics. So I'm just rambling because I don't have my notes with me, which I'm sad because I had them literally like unplugged my computer, had it sitting here ready to talk about this, and I don't have it anymore. But yeah, like this video will still be here like when you come back to it. But I'm not gonna delete it. It will be posted for later, so you don't have to sit here and watch it with me for like 12 hours today. Like you can just stop right now and come back tomorrow. My feelings will not be hurt. So I appreciate you for coming here and watching, so thank you. But yeah, so good night. Where was I? I don't I hate doing this because like I don't want people to feel like I'm being negative towards their relationship, but I do, and it works on my channel too. Because honestly, those are the videos that get the most views on my channel. But I like talking about dating. Like it's fun to talk about, and I like help people with their dating problems. But like the other part of me feels bad because I don't want people to feel like I'm purposefully being negative towards their relationship because I'm trying to gatekeep. I'm really just trying to help them be honest because there's so many people lying to people about how things are normal or things aren't normal when they are. But I have like so many like saved posts of things that I saw from Facebook, things that I saw on Reddit, where I had so much advice to give, or like I wanted to challenge something that somebody else said. And yeah, like I know you guys are gonna like those videos. I am like a little bit scared to talk about certain things because, like I said, I know some topics are sensitive, where people are gonna be like, oh, well, my mom did this or my dad did whatever. Like, for example, Tuesday's video about the stay-at-home dad thing. Like, I know y'all gonna what's it called? Rip me a new one because like times have changed. It's not a woman's job. It's not feminine to get fucked with a dildo, and it's like okay. So it's like you can't say anything without offending somebody. Like everything is offensive to everyone. Like I'm never gonna be that person. So I'm just gonna warn you right now. If you are a sensitive person, you require political correctness. You are not gonna want to watch my future videos. I'm not purposefully trying to be controversial and rude, but I don't like having to sugarcoat stuff or not talk about things at the expense of not hurting your, especially since I'm not directing it towards you. It's not like I'm not pulling up people's profiles, telling you people's names and talking shit about them. I'm just talking about the topic at hand. So I've never been somebody to do that. My butt hurts so bad. Like this chair, ooh, it's like it's made for you to like make you not want to sit in it for a long time. Ouch. Sorry, y'all. Ooh, this hurt. I'm old. I literally felt like I was sitting on my like my tailbone, which I broke my cock 6 years ago, and I do not want to experience that again because that was awful. But or fractured it because you can't really break it. But yeah, like I'm looking forward to going to the U.S. I'm actually going to be going to New York. So I did go to New York one time back when I was 19, and I have family that lives there, but like I haven't met them. But I'm looking forward to like doing all the touristy stuff there. So that'll be fun, like taking pictures and videos. And I want to like more importantly see like my husband's reaction to like American stuff for the first time. So that'll be interesting for me. And yeah, I'm kind of scared about going to the U.S. too, though, because I have to relearn a lot of stuff that I had to unlearn being here, but I have to relearn there. Like for example, I can't just push into people without saying excuse me and having to deal with bathrooms that stink. Because it's a really weird thing. Like people always talk about how the bathrooms in Japan are clean, but nobody ever talks about how they don't smell. Like don't get me wrong, sometimes they do. Like especially like if you go into like the old fashioned Japanese style toilets, those do because people are literally pissing on the floor. But a typical bathroom that's Western style with the so-called super toilets, they don't normally smell. So just having to deal with that type of crap. But it is gonna feel good to have hot water to clean my hands with out in public. So and being able to customize, y'all don't know my fat ass. I'm gonna gain all the weight that I lost back. I cannot wait to order exactly what I want because I hate it. Like how being here, you can do it sometimes, but it's rude and it's not a normal thing to do. And most places don't allow customization at all. But in the US, like I can customize my food. Like I can go to McDonald's. I can say, hey, like, I want extra onions and can you add bacon on that too? Like I can say that like I want extra caramel. You can do that at Starbucks. I know, but Nobody does it. You can though, but it's not a normal thing to do. So, anyways, like I miss those like little fat things. And then like even like the food options, like I miss being able to have like, I-57 barbecue like in Chicago. Like I miss Giordano's. Like I miss eating like real American food, like not the Japanese version of it, but like the real thing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So, and then I also want to see like what my husband likes too, because like we normally like the same stuff, but every once in a while he does prefer something that I don't like. So, have you heard about Cam Newton drama? No, I have not. I know that name for some reason, but is that the guy that like wears the hat with the feathers or something like that? If it is, I don't know what drama you're talking about. So yeah, and then for anybody else that's like sensitive to me, like if I'm not responding to it, it's probably because I can't see your comment. Just to let you know. Okay. Yeah, let me know what you're talking about. What Cam Newton drama? If you're still there. Back to the email. I have no messages on Instagram. I'm surprised like none of you are saying anything there. I got just one message about OnlyFans. I'm going. All right, I'm really sorry, you guys, but I'm gonna have to like make other videos talking about this stuff because a lot of these questions that you all ask me are too lengthy for me to respond back to, and some things I even have to research myself before I can really answer. Somebody said, I watched a YouTube video why you don't want a spouse visa. You discuss so many things that can go wrong in that pursuit. I'm really interested in moving to Japan. I don't want to go through the spouse visa route. I'd like to know what I can do to stay in Japan the right way long term. I'm talking about getting PR and eventually the citizenship. I'll tell you where I'm at in life. So, I'm 28 years old and living in India. I have a bachelor's degree in English but don't have work experience. I've thought about teaching English in Japan, but I don't have any teaching certifications. I can't attend a language school because I don't have enough money. I have applied, but my COU was rejected because of financial insufficiency. That really sucked. Please provide any advice on how I can go about moving to Japan. Feel free to elaborate. Okay, that's going to be another video, but that is a good question. And yeah, I don't feel like I'm qualified to answer it. So I want to dissect your question more because obviously I'm not from India, but you do have a degree and it is something relevant and that can be very helpful. But there's a lot more to that. But I will say that one of the good things is there's a huge Indian community here in Japan and they do work together. I'll let you in a little secret. I might have worked for one of their companies before. Actually, I worked for two of their companies before. But they have, businesses all over, IT jobs, schools. They do everything that black people need to learn how to do. They stick the fuck together. They hire each other. It's like how Filipinos do. So you can find work even without being a native English speaker, just based off of your nationality. I promise you, Indians and Filipinos are proof because they have a hard time getting into most schools here. But when one of them gets their foot in the door, they hire their friends, they start their own business, and the rest is history. So anyway, I'll talk about that later if I can remember. I have over 1,000 videos to edit. I'm not even exaggerating, you all. Like, let me see if I can show you all so you all can like see what I'm talking about. I literally like have a ton of stuff. I'm sorry, y'all. Like my hair is like irritating me. Y'all don't have to look at my big ass head, but sorry. I apologize in advance. But my hair is like getting on my nerves. It's itching me, and I feel hot. But y'all have no idea like how happy I am for like my hair to have like gotten back. Cause I know I keep saying this, but y'all don't understand. I literally like almost cried. I can't like remember which side because I'm looking at a flipped image of myself. Okay, this way. Okay, we just got to deal with it. I know I look crazy, but I always do. So what? Um, okay. Where was I? I want you guys to like see. I have literally over 1,000 videos. I'm not exaggerating. I kind of want to like read off the list because I wanted to know like what videos do you all want to see first? Because I know that I want to do the 3 that I told you guys. I already have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday planned out, but like everything else, I haven't decided yet. But I'm sorry, I was looking at something. I remember I uploaded a video a while ago on Patreon, and I was like rubbing my eye, and somebody on Patreon thought that I made the title to be racist, like as like an Asian joke, and it's like, no, I was just rubbing my eye, like I wasn't trying to like make my eyes are already small, but it looked like I was trying to make Asian eyes, so to speak, and I just saw that video in my feed, but. Okay. Let me check, make sure I ain't got nothing personal before we start scrolling. All right. But yeah, like I literally have like all of this stuff going. These are all videos that I've already recorded. So I have stuff going back like I think maybe what 3 years or whatever. Like there's a ton of stuff. So let me see what the oldest video that I have is. I think I have something maybe all the way back from like 2021 or 2020 or whatever. But there's a lot of stuff that I haven't edited yet. And like even when I look at the videos, like I forgot that I even said that, or I forgot that I talked about that, or that I already recorded that. I've even accidentally recorded multiple videos on the same thing because of that. So there's a lot for me to work on. And to be honest, like that's part of like the reason why like I kind of felt unmotivated to post anymore, because I felt like overwhelmed because it's too much for me to edit, and then it's going to be really confusing because you all watch a video and be like, wait, but I thought that you said that, you did this, or I thought this happened. It's like, yeah, I recorded that a year ago, or, I, made this video, but now there's new information out. So now I know something else that I didn't know at that time. Or like even right now, like you guys are seeing me in real time, but I wasn't going to tell you, but I am going to the US next week. So when you're watching videos next week, you're not seeing me in Japan. That's me from, 2 weeks ago or a month ago, whatever. So anyway, my computer's about to die, so let me conserve that battery. But yeah, we got some stuff to talk about though, y'all. About just everything. I want to talk about, dating here and working here, and in particular about life here, because the craziness and how people are getting treated here in Japan, like over this past late spring and summer, has been ridiculous. Especially when you consider the fact that it's like the few people that do stuff bad have been like the over representation of what foreigners are like. When the reality is, the average foreigner here is following the rules better than Japanese people are. Like they're overdoing it, with going out of their way to be super polite. Like, for example, this always irritates me and it's so cringe, but like I've had to get used to it, and other people mean well. But whenever I see foreigners like clap their hands together and like bow, it's like Japanese people do not ever do that. Stop. Where did that come from? Because I'm not gonna lie, I thought they did before I came here too, but I never did. I learned that before I came here though. But I see people twice my age doing that type of shit, and it happens way more than you think. And so, like, it's cringy, but it's not a bad thing to do. But it's like they hyper focus on the one person that's really breaking the rules, and then they act like all of us are awful, all of us are like just destroying the country. And then, oh, that's what I forgot about. I was talking about the whole Biden thing. Y'all were getting mad at me when I was calling them racist. Remember? Biden called him the word that y'all said me to use, xenophobic. Did y'all see the outrage they had over being called xenophobic? But remember, when I was calling them racist, they're not racist, man. They're xenophobic. According to the Japanese, they're not xenophobic either. So what's the new word then now? What are we going to call it now? Then even after that, they went on a whole campaign of like doing more and more and more stuff to try to prove that they were indeed racist. So whatever. Like I said, we'll talk about that stuff later on. But does not. Have you heard about the Cam Newton drama? I forgot what I was saying to make you say does not. Did your laptop get fixed in the end? No, it did not. You must be from Patreon. Because how did you know that? or did I tell you guys? I don't remember anymore. No. What happened was I ended up having to get a brand new laptop because the laptop that I had I don't have it next to me, and I don't want to have to dig through everything to get it right now. But long story short, that laptop is screwed. Like it needs to have the screen replaced, and they were trying to scam me. Actually, the place that was trying to scam me is very close to where I am. They were telling me that the price basically increased to like double what they more than doubled on what they quoted me, and they blamed it on inflation. And it's like inflation in the US has nothing to do with Japan's prices for fixing something because you're not going to be getting the parts to fix my computer from the US. You already have them here in Japan. What they saw was, oh, you're a foreigner, you're probably rich, let's charge the fuck out of you for this. So I decided to just drop it. Wasn't gonna go there, and plus, let's just keep it real. My husband wasn't gonna be happy either if I told him that my butt, y'all. I'm sorry. If I told him that I spent like $1,200 to fix that because I forgot how much they were asking for. Sorry, y'all, but that was crazy. But they were asking for that computer. It was an old computer. So anyway, I got another MacBook instead. So, and then the computer that I'm using right now is my Chromebook. I'm still using that because this computer, I like that it doesn't take up a lot of memory. I mean, the camera quality sucks as you can see, but like you can hear me well enough and it doesn't take up too much memory. It's easy for me to like download and upload stuff. Whereas with the MacBook, if I use a MacBook to like record a video, it takes up so much memory. Just like with my cell phone. Like if I still have an old, I'm still using the iPhone 7 Plus, y'all. So if I use my husband's phone though, like the camera quality is so good. Like when I do videos together with him, I always use his phone, but it's really kind of like our phone because he bought it for both of us, but he's the one who really uses it. I use it for taking videos and taking pictures, but like he uses it together with his personal phone. But anyway, yes, like it takes up so much memory that was like it sounds really crisp and good and it looks really good visually, but it takes up so much memory. It's like I make long videos. So by the time that I'm done, it's like 100 gigabyte video file. I don't have an infinite amount of data. Like I can't not data, you know what I mean, memory. So I can't like do that because I have to upload the video with all that memory. Then I have to, move it over. I'm old, y'all, and I don't care to learn all these new, whatever editing tools and whatnot. I use iMovie. I like it. I'm comfortable with it. It's easier for me. I've tried using Final Cut Pro and other stuff. Like, just make it as simple as possible for me. Like, I'm an iMovie girly. Like, I'm never gonna move over to anything else. I just want to make it as easy and simple as possible. Which is also why, like, people like asking about this. Like, oh, like I miss you used to have music in your video, and I made a video addressing this too. That you'll see later. But it's like it takes too much time to find a song, lower the volume where it's low enough that you can still hear me and not too loud. And like I deal with everybody trying to play DJ with me, like, oh, I don't like this song. It's so annoying. Well, shut the fuck up then. So not you, but I'm tired of arguing with people about, that type of crap. So and then plus like dealing with copyrights, like if I just don't have any music, then I don't have to worry about it. So I'm sorry for those that liked, had a good taste in music and missed the songs that I would choose, but it's too much of a hassle for me, so I stopped. But I was going to ask, what is? I can't see if there's something. The little emoji thing is in the way. The something of your username. I'm saying the origin. I actually did a video answering that. One of the videos, like the 1,000 subscribers special, whatever I did, to quickly explain. I came up with the name kind of randomly. I made the username based on the fact that I wanted it to be gender neutral so that nobody would know that I'm a guy or a girl because this was actually my gamer tag for Xbox back when Xbox was the console to have over PlayStation. I got an Xbox 360 when I was in eighth grade, and I wanted to play video games, not just with my friends online, but I wanted to play with people that I didn't know. And this during this time was a really big deal to have a gamer girl, and it kind of pissed me off. I was always a hipster at heart, and I didn't like the fact that people would play easy on me or try to flirt with me, whatever. So I wanted to have a name that sounded cool, but that nobody would know that they're dealing with a girl, that you just lost to a girl. So I used to have like my profile picture was like Spider-Man or whatever. I really liked comics back in the day, but I was never loyal to either one. Like I guess if I had to choose, I preferred Marvel, but I like both Marvel and DC. When I say comics, I mean American, not Japanese. But yeah, I combined my love for comic book characters and the fact that I'm born in the year 95. So, which now I kind of regret putting the 95 there because, like, oh my God, I'm old. But that's where the name and the number comes from. And it used to just be Comic95. But when I finally got a PlayStation 4, somebody stole my username. So I had to add something else to it. And I really like Final Fantasy 13 and Lightning is the main character in that game. She's also called the Savior. So I added that to it because it sounds more badass and cool. So anyway, that's where the name came from. It has no relation to Japan whatsoever, even though it indirectly does because Final Fantasy is a Japanese franchise, but that was not the plan. And I actually made this channel before I ever planned to upload videos on Japan. I actually made this channel because my ex-boyfriend had a YouTube channel that he didn't tell me about. And so I wanted to like surprise him by commenting on his channel. So I just made like an account and I commented there, but I had no idea that years later I would end up making a YouTube channel a couple of years later. So well, an actual channel where I actually make videos on my own. So yeah, I thought about changing my name, but I've gotten so used to it. So it'll just stay as is. And plus, like, if I ever wanted to, I could make other videos because it's not comics in Japan or something. So yeah, but it's also offended some people because people, oh, you're not God. I didn't mean it like that. It's just a username. So, and this channel has nothing to do with comic books or comedy, which some people think that too. So, yeah, that is the origin of it. I just wanted a unisex name because Comic 95 can be a man or a woman. And if you hear Comic 95, you're going to think of a man, not a woman. So, yeah, that was my reason for it. So, hope that answers your question. So, I do want to eventually get like a Mac desktop. I asked my husband about that, and he wants to get one too. So we probably will do that eventually. And I don't know what it's like to edit on that because I've never done that. But when I went to school, when I was in high school, we had a Mac lab, and I loved using the Mac desktop. So I would like to have that. I do prefer to use like I don't know, Windows or Chrome computers, like for some things. Like for example, pretty much when playing games, that's the only option you have. But I don't like them for editing videos. They suck at that. I feel like the iMovie is like the perfect application, and you don't have to pay for it either, which is what I also like about it. So yeah, um, and this laptop is not. It's new, but like it's an old laptop. Like it's not the latest MacBook that's out. So it wasn't that expensive, and it's just like our little what do you call it? Our medium, because let's just say that he was not very happy because he's bought me like 3 computers, and I like keep breaking stuff, and I didn't mean to do it, but yeah. Life happens. Next time he's never gone. I agree. Like even like when I was working as a teacher, I love them like way more. Like I know that like you can also seamlessly like transfer stuff from like Chrome or whatever Windows computers too these days, but like I don't know. I guess I just got used to it. And I was a hardcore Android user, even when my almost my husband, my ex boyfriend back in the U.S. He had an iPhone, and I hated Apple products, even though like I never really used them. And when I switched from having a Galaxy to an iPhone, it changed my life. And I didn't make the switch until I came to Japan. So, and really, I only switched to Apple because of peer pressure in Japan because they hate Koreans. They'll never say that's why, but that's the reason why. They do not use Galaxy products. And I had a Galaxy phone. I really had a Galaxy tablet when I came here that I was using as a phone. But I felt the pressure to get an iPhone. So I got it, and I'm not going to lie. My life has been changed ever since. This is my first iPhone. This 7 Plus that I have, this is the first iPhone I ever had. And I still have it. And my phone is in good condition. You can't really see that the lighting is bad and whatnot, but it's still in good condition. So, yep. But anyway, what was that? I used it for school. Yep, I used it for school too when I was in college. So, in fact, my college professor for my computer class, he was such a dick writer for Apple. You would think that he was giving blowjobs to Steve Jobs or something. He probably would have done it for free. I love him, love his class. No shade or saying that was really inappropriate for me to say, but like he literally would like constantly find reasons to brag about how wonderful Apple is and shit on the like competition any chance that he got. It was so crazy. But he literally like asked me like in the class, he was like, you're an American, aren't you? So like I was the only American in my class. And so like he asked me if Americans are using like MacBooks in the US or if they use some other computer, as he put it. So and look, I like these, but they are better, but they ain't that much better. Like he made it sound like it's Mac or nothing. It's the type of personality that he had. So if I didn't know any better, I would think that he worked there or he has a lot of shares inside their company or something. But anyway, y'all, I am kind of scared about going to the US because like I'm afraid of like my husband getting robbed or killed. And then like even for myself, like I can't like wear my rings and whatnot. Like I can't, I gotta get used to like not like putting my phone or my purse down on a table to reserve it or can't I do like this part. of not pushing into people, but I do have to like get used to it. That now, if I bump into somebody, saying excuse me is a need. It's no longer if I want to, I'll say it. It's you better say it unless you want to get shot. So yeah, a little scared about that, but that's a part of life, right? So I wish that I could be like in both places at the same time because I really do love Japan, but I don't want to waste my whole life here. And at the same time, I love America, but I don't want to waste my whole life there either. Like I feel like I really wish that I could live in both places, but I don't want to, if that makes sense. Like, but then I don't know which place I want to live more for what part of my life. Like, I guess if I had to choose, I feel like I'm okay with living in Japan while I'm still relatively young. But I feel like once I like get into my 60s, maybe even in my 50s, I want to go back to the US. I don't like life in Japan for an older person here. Like it's safe for you, but Japan is not very handicap accessible, whatever the politically correct word is. I don't know what y'all call it these days, accessible. I don't like that aspect of it. I don't like how hard it is to get a seat on buses and trains. It's just so many the stairs here, like it's so many little things that I could think of that will make me not want to be here when I'm old. But I do like the fact that it's also interesting to live here when I'm old. And that's actually what I'm looking forward to seeing the most. Since YouTube is a new invention, I'm actually looking forward to seeing like the original OGs as they get older, what they choose to do, seeing them go through their twilight years, so to speak, and seeing them like, well, not really twilight years, but you know what I mean, like seeing them retire, so to speak, and where they choose to live, what they choose to do, and it might inspire me. So when they start getting older, I might go back to watching their content. So, but really, everybody that I watch either left Japan or they sorry notification or they don't make content regularly anymore. It's like just completely random videos every once in a while. So yeah, I'm hungry, you all. What should I eat today? Because I had Hard Rock Cafe yesterday, asking asking for her visa and if her bike and apartment was hers. Hmm? And her wait, if her what? What? Asking for her visa and I can't read the other part because the emoji thing's in the way. If her bike and apartment was hers. I don't know what you mean. So please explain. But and I forgot what I was saying to you all. See my brain. I can't handle information like this anymore. But I'm glad you guys are still here because I was afraid. Like when I posted yesterday, I'm like, what if nobody? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't get as many views as I normally do, but I was afraid that like nobody would watch. I get like 5 views or whatever. But I know that's like 5 views for you all, but my channel was small, and for me, like anytime that I can get like more than 300 views is a lot for me. And like especially, well, 300 is like the standard. Yeah, like when a video gets over 500 within a day, that's good for my channel. So just to explain, my bar is much lower than what you all are used to with other people's channels. I only have 2,400 subscribers, so gotta understand that. But I really want to go somewhere today, but I don't have anything to do. I hate to like be here sitting here doing nothing because like we've pretty much done everything there is to do nearby, but except for eat everything. And I've been enjoying being here because there's a lot of you'll probably figure out where I am. There's a lot of good food from the US here. So I like Japanese food, but you know, sometimes I do crave eating more American style things. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like they do the same thing with their country and their food. They like eating Japanese food when they go to the US. So do you have a step goal? I did have one. It kind of went out the window. Let me show you guys. I was doing 15,000 steps a day during the spring. Y'all just don't know. I said this before. Did I say it in my last video? I think I did. I gained so much weight. So much. So much. Like my face is like naturally fat. Like it's always going to be a little chunky. I gained way more than where I am right now. I was almost 300 pounds a year ago, y'all. I was like 250 something. That's how big my ass got. So I had to like do something about that. So anyway, let me find that. Because that's how I heard that fight was going on. Because I should have been asleep. It was 11 something at night. I normally go to bed rather early. I'm trying to find it. get this back to for April. I'm sorry, I'm trying to like show you guys the steps that I did. But yeah, anyway, at first my step goal was 10,000. I put it up to 15,000, then I dropped it back down to 10,000. And now it was supposed to be 10,000, but kind of got a little happy and started eating and not really paying attention to steps. So, for example, this week it's been all over the place. I did 10,000 for one day. That wasn't even this week. That was actually the week before. So yeah, the most steps I did this week was 7,000, and I've been getting around 5,000 each day. So, yep. This is how bad things have gotten recently. But the 7,000 was from September 1st. But prior to that, if we go back to what I was doing in May, so oh, wait, that's June. Well, May and June. I was doing pretty good. I was pretty much staying like around 15,000. So, yeah. And that was working really good for me. So like I was doing like 15,000 steps, and then I would do 500, and I'd do me 500 jumping jacks every day, and it was a lot. But it didn't really take that much time. Plus, like, I have nothing but time. I just stay at home all day anyway. So yeah, so that was like burning a good amount of calories for me each day, and then I was having like a very low calorie diet, like eating not a lot of food each day, like really watching what I ate, and I was quickly losing weight. And then like I had some regressions that I've gone from eating really good and then I just binge eating like crazy. So I do have an eating disorder, full disclosure, and I'm working on it. But I'm just so happy to not be there anymore. So I am still a long ways to go to get to where I need to be. But I'm just so grateful to not be where I was. I finally got back into the hundreds. So, because being like not just over 200, but being nearly 300, being 250 pounds plus whatever. So that was crazy for me. But I'm not gonna lie, the food be tasting good. And especially like now, like, cause I don't have to think about how much stuff costs. Like, if I want to, like, for example, like Friolas, I literally, let me show you all like my receipts so y'all can see what I'm talking about. I spent, what was it, 150,000 yen? And I only got, I think that was how much it cost for 2 burritos and 4 chips and guacs. And my fat ass, I ate it all by myself. I know, but I'm just being honest. I did burn the calories. I made up for it. I did my jumping jacks. I got my walking in, and I ate less the next day. But I've spent a lot of money. If Uber ever like showed you exactly, like, they show you how much you save, but if they ever showed me like a breakdown of for you, I on getting fast food. So it's my, how can I put it? It's my weakness. So, and not even like just actual fast food, but like dine-in restaurants too. Like you can get that from Uber Eats too. Like I'll order things like that. But and then like I'm so bad. Like I called myself like buying Uber Cash so that this way, like when the money is gone, I know not to order anything else. But like I'm down to 28 yen, and for me, it's like when I get down, like okay, look, just use my husband's card. But wow, y'all, like my phone is broken, so I'm gonna like try to hold down the screen. But if y'all look at this, give me a second. And I want to talk to y'all about Meet Me. We have to make a video about that too, because good lord, like men turn everything into being about one night stands and sex. You can't do anything with men without that being the focus. But okay, I'm trying to like figure out how to hold this without my phone falling. Okay, can y'all? I'm trying to figure out like how to hold this so you can see. But yeah, and then look at these like prices. Like I don't know how to hold this so y'all can see it, but because the camera, I don't know, like everything's in reverse. But this is TGI Fridays, McDonald's, Sujita, like what's the other place? I can't think of it. Matsunoya, Subway, like I eat fast food all the time now. Like, could have never done this with my salary. And it doesn't help that my husband, he really likes McDonald's. So like even when I don't want to go, he'll want McDonald's. And so it's like literally if he wants the same thing that I do, there's nobody to stop me and control me. So like I told him like, look, I'm trying not to be 600 pounds. Like I'm gonna have, if you want to eat McDonald's, you got to get food on your own. Like don't invite me, don't tell me, just come home. Like don't just come home late. I don't want to know. Because if you tell me, then I'm going to go with you and then I'm going to end up eating just as much as you do. And see, for him, he's out all day. He's always on his feet. He's moving around. It's easier for him to burn calories. For me, I can burn calories by like cooking and cleaning, but my fat ass is, I'm here. So anyway, Amy is trash. By the way, that scared me. My phone's charging. By the way, I don't think my question is showing up for some reason. I don't know if you have Instagram or if you can email me, but send it to me because yeah, I don't see your question. It's not even giving me the option because like sometimes if somebody sends me something that's not appropriate, they'll hold it and they'll tell me to review it, but I don't even have that option right now. It's not showing it to me, so sorry. But yeah, just like what Network Ashley, like I don't see her question about the Cam Newton thing either. But yeah, let me like reiterate that. If you like sent me like a question system to me and I'm not responding, it's because I can't see it. So either DM me on Instagram and I'll read my DMs for today, or send me an email at comic95, thesavior@gmail.com, or Instagram DM, and then I can read what you said. So sorry for doing that, but trust me, it's needed because you all be amazed at the stuff that people actually try to like send to me, and then they're shocked when their comment doesn't get published. I've literally had people write whole books of hate comments to me, and then when they realize they come back to my page, their comment hasn't shown publicly on the page, they'll be like, I left a comment, but I don't see it. It's like, why would I publish that? And some people do. Like I used to have that mentality when I was new to YouTube. I used to feel like I had to allow people to like leave their hate comments up because I'm a public figure, and so people have the right to say whatever they want to. But then I was like, you know what? Why am I allowing people to abuse me in my space? Like you can disagree with me, you can dislike me, but I'm not gonna let you, be rude to me in my space. I don't have to do that. Like if you want to talk shit about me, you can make your own video and talk shit about me. But you're not gonna do it like in my house, basically. My house, my rules. So that's the way that I see it now. But I normally try to like leave the door open. Sorry, y'all, for like disagreeing. Like if somebody just disagrees with what I have to say, I don't care. That's cool. I've even like gone back and forth in my comment section with people that are, patrons that disagree with something that I've said. That's fine. I'm okay with that. We can have a regular conversation and just agree to disagree. But when it gets to the point where you're disrespecting me, like you're insulting me or my husband, or my baby, like that's a whole nother conversation. So I don't allow that. So, and also like people need to understand you're entitled to your opinion, just not here. your opinion is allowed when I decide it's allowed. And if you want to say whatever you want to, then you can make your own channel. Not you, I'm just saying like in general about that. But yeah. Every app has become trash. Like Pairs is trash, Meet Me, Bumble. Okay, there's no safe app. You can't even. You might even say, "Oh, bars, clubs, that's trash too." And men, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pick on y'all. I know not all of you all are bad people. Not all of you all are trash. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of you are. And when it's not you, it's your friend. And what I mean by trash is like you will literally be on an app that's made, like for example, Langmate. Langmate is an app made for doing language exchanges. People will use the app looking for sex. It's a language exchange app. Come on. And then like they'll swear to you like these are hookup apps. Read the description for these applications. None of them say that. Men just turned it into that. I gave y'all a pass for Tinder, even though you're wrong about that too. What's the excuse for Langmate? It's not even made for dating. They make everything about getting their dick wet. Like that's their whole life. They have a lot of scammers in these dating apps, to be honest. That's nothing too. Like I'm assuming I can't really see your profile picture. I'm blind. I think that's a guy that said that. I'm sorry if you're a girl, but I want to like talk to men about this. And I guess I should ask my husband. Maybe he would know. But I can count on one hand the amount of scammers that I've come across from a female perspective. I always wonder, like, what does a dating app look like from a man's perspective? Because, like, for me, 99.9% of the people that message me they're real people and they actually are the person in the picture. Like, but I always see guys have like in their profile, like, I don't want to talk to, actually, had a guy on Meet Me that messaged me like a couple of weeks ago, and he said, I have $15,000 for you if you're real. I'm thinking, like, well, first of all, I'm not a prostitute, but even if I was, like, it's kind of desperate. I had another dude, he sent money to me, and I felt bad because I still didn't reply. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be sharing this. He sent me, like, what do they call those little, like, gems or whatever, and like he went on a whole rant about how basically women are just gold diggers, and and how, well, he didn't say it like that. He said it in a nice way. He was basically saying, like, are all the guys on this app 6 feet tall and rich? And I'm like, you didn't even give me time to reply back to you. But if you read my profile, sir, I'm married. I'm not looking for a boyfriend. I've actually made some really good friends from using that application, both men and women, both Japanese and foreigners alike. So I'm sorry that that's your goal, but that's not mine. I see how that was misleading to you. But don't get mad at me. Not to mention, actually, there are a good amount of 6 foot tall, wealthy men on the side, just to let you know. So they do not be mainly, huh? They do not be mainly women sometimes on these dating apps. Like, if they are not verified, do not bother, honestly. And my mine actually isn't verified. So I think that some people think that, like, I'm fake, but that's fine. But yeah, I normally I would say the same thing. Generally speaking, like for myself, I don't think that it's worth it to communicate with anybody who's not verified. There's a lot of people stealing photos, a lot of fake people, etc. Actually, my account got banned before, and I had to reach out because I thought that I was stealing somebody else's photos from my account. And I was like, no, like, that's me. I have a YouTube channel. Like, my channel is small. I don't even know how somebody snitched on me or saw it or whatever, but that was weird. But anyway, I feel sorry for the guys because I know that there are some good guys there. But God knew what he was doing. I could not be a man. I could not be a man. I ain't paying for nothing. I'd be the stingiest man in the world. I would make, look, I'd be romantic. I'd treat you well. I could plan a great first date. But I ain't paying for shit. I'm not buying food. I'm not buying gifts. I'm not paying for your pictures. Like I'm actually impressed by the fact that men are willing to pay money to view holographic pussy. Like, I can't. It's one thing if it's free, I get watching it, but paying for it and top dollar? I had men offer me thousands of dollars to just send them a picture of my slit. And I was like, look, love to have the money, but I gotta draw the line somewhere. I know some other girls do, but that ain't what we doing on my OnlyFans. I'm sorry. I just can't. I had a guy that offered to buy me whatever I wanted and told me to tell him what I wanted to buy. Like, there's men that have fetishes to waste money on girls and like to get nothing in return. He didn't even ask me like for specific pictures or videos. He just asked me like, if there's anything you want, please like tell me. I will buy it for you. And I'm not gonna lie, I probably should have taken advantage of that. But anyway, legit job website, search foreigners to use to apply. The emoji's blocking it, something jobs, because I almost got almost got pegged. I'm sorry, but I wasn't expecting that. Pegged by, huh? Pegged up by Yakuza. What type of job are you applying to? What? You gotta be trolling me. How do you apply to a job and almost and almost get you said trolling me? Because I'm trying to figure out what are you doing. But okay, sent you my question instead of 2 ways to be typed. I could pick. That's fine. I do that too. I use Craigslist. I think I did actually find some good jobs on Craigslist. I actually forgot about that. There are good jobs on Craigslist. In fact, I didn't even think about that when I was replying to that girl's question. But where did you apply? Never again. What were you applying to? Was it? I'm not gonna judge. Was it a dating job or was it like teaching or something like that? What type of job were you applying to? Because I'm gonna be honest, your girl might have applied to, a little sugar daddy service in the past. I have my history. Look, I'm older now. I was gonna wait till I was 30 to share this stuff because it would have been fully 10 years behind me. Yeah, I did that too. Was it a girls' bar? Because I had a similar experience. But I didn't have a situation where I almost got in trouble with the Yakuza, but it did scare me off when I didn't even like go to the interview. Like I had the interview and I got bad vibes from them when I was talking to them on the phone trying to like get directions to get there. I got experience and I am male. LOL. Huh? So wait, was it so wait, what type of bar was it then? So you're not talking about a girls' bar, you're talking about like just a regular bar? Cause see, I feel sorry for the men here. Cause like, see, for men, y'all have it. I know this isn't what you're talking about, but I just gotta say this. I always feel like for the men, they have it so much easier because there's so many like beautiful women, right? And for men, y'all don't care about money. So all a girl has to do is be attractive. Because like for women, if we didn't care about a man's height or money, like how men do care, but it's not a man is not gonna date a short girl just because she's short. They will date, a girl that is, taller than they prefer because she's pretty in the face. Like a girl's face and her body means a lot more to a man than anything else. So I always like wonder, like, why is it harder for men to like date? Yeah, the place that I did was in Ginza too. But you're saying it's not a girl's bar? And it was a Craigslist ad. We might have applied for the same job. I don't remember the name of it though. But it was after 9 p.m. And I'm pretty sure it was the same. I don't know what time it was. I just know that it was evening and it was a Ginza bar. You kind of scare me. We might have a little too much in common. But okay, let me finish what you're saying. I want to find the person's thing on Instagram because, like, y'all about to make me go into too much detail. I have some messed up stories to share with you all of some really bad things I've done here. So, yeah. Okay, I got to take a screenshot of your photo because you sent it as a story. Is it common for Is it common for Japanese people to call the cops on foreigners? Like I mentioned, it happened to my sister, and she told me this guy watching her, and suddenly a cop was at her door asking for a visa if her bike and apartment was hers. Mm-hmm. I have mixed feelings towards this. If you were to ask me in personal experience, I would say yes and no. I feel like the answer overall would be yes. This is my opinion. I'm not God. I'm just saying. What I do notice is I feel like Japanese people are a lot pettier with foreigners, and that if they see you doing anything even remotely wrong, they're quick to call the cops on you. But I will say, generally speaking, like in your day to day life, people are not going to call the police like because they saw a foreigner like drop trash or do something small like that. But I don't know what your friend or your sister was doing, whatever. I'm not accusing her of anything. I'm just saying that like I do notice that like if, for example, I'm going to use myself to take it off for your sister. I'm going to use myself as an example. When I was dating that CPA guy, um, Jembe, as soon as I broke up with him, he used the fact that he was Japanese as his power play move, right? He called the police and told them that I was stalking him. And I'm like, stalking you? You were just begging me to come back. The fuck? All I asked was, since you were begging me to come back and my brain started working for a second, I needed to keep my stuff at your place for just one day because it's too late for Yamato Transport to come and pick up my stuff and send it to my new place. So that is an example of them, using their power move, whatever you want to call it, on you. I do feel like when it comes to like noise, they're faster to call the police on a foreigner for being disruptive late at night. For example, I lived inside of my butt. I'm sorry, my tailbone is giving out. I lived inside of a share house. I lived at Sakura House. I don't care about telling y'all. I lived at Sakura House in Sendagaya, the Pink House. And the police used to get called on a regular basis. I'm not gonna lie, they were breaking the rules and they were being loud and disruptive. But I couldn't help but think to myself, would you all have done this if these were Japanese people doing this? Because I see them acting loud and crazy at night all the time. In fact, this just gave me flashbacks to when I shared that post on Patreon about that Japanese guy who got like hit upside his head really hard, like whacked, where I think he like fell on the ground or whatever. I was like, I don't know if he was alive after that. But anyway, I can't explain it, but basically, generally speaking, they're not going to call the police on you for existing. Most people. That doesn't mean that somebody isn't going to do it. And I'm not invalidating your sister's or your friend's situation. I'm just saying, like, for myself, being honest, I've never had a total stranger do that, but I don't represent everyone. So I'm not going to pretend because it has happened to me, it can't happen to somebody else. I can believe that. I just personally have not seen it, nor have I really heard of it per se. Normally, when they are calling the police, it's for petty reasons, but at least there's a reason. So I don't know, you put your trash out the wrong way, so they snitched and told, the management company, or you're playing a video game late at night, or they can hear you singing karaoke, or you're talking loudly on your phone, so they called the police for disturbing the peace. Like, those type of things do happen. But for them to like pretend like they need to question like whether you live there, etc., that that wouldn't be, in my opinion, a commonly done thing. But I wouldn't put it past the fact that that story does sound legitimate, because again, like, there's stories here of Japanese people, doing crazy stuff just to be racist and try to scare you out of the neighborhood. They had a guy that got killed in Saitama, an American man. He'd been living here for a long time. His daughter was older than I am. They literally ended the whole line of their family. They offed both the husband and wife and their daughter, who was a biracial, half Japanese woman. She was half white, half Japanese, on Christmas. That was crazy. So, um, I don't know if your sister still lives there, but I would move. I hate to like say that, because again, this kind of contradicts what I said earlier about how if nobody ever stands up, we can't move forward. But I feel like when it comes to some things, your life is more important and valuable than proving a point and making a way for others. So it may sound crazy and like doing too much, but to me, you can never do too much when it comes to trying to save your own life. If I believe somebody is racist towards me and doesn't want me to live in the area, like especially in my building, I don't trust you, because I'm always going to be afraid of you doing something and either it getting pinned on me, or you potentially crazily, breaking down my door and stab me in my sleep or something. Like, I don't want to risk that. So, yeah, people do petty stuff. Generally speaking, they don't normally call the police. They just act disgusted with you. I won't say that calling the cops on foreigners is very common, but when they have the opportunity to do it, when it makes sense, then it does become common, if that makes sense. So, for example, they do call the police on even Japanese people, but they are much quicker to do it with you for doing things that are wrong, like, breaking the rules with noise after 10 o'clock or whatever. So she was pumping air into her bike, and she noticed a guy watching her. When he noticed her, he quickly turned away. Yeah, that's really weird. But yeah, the assumption could have been, and I don't know what race you are, but the assumption could have been, again, stereotyping. I'm not saying it's right, but that because you're a foreigner, you're messing with a bike. Oh, she must have stole this bike, so let me check to make sure this is really her bike, like how you were kind of saying. So I never heard of that happening, being honest, but I can believe that that's not something that a Japanese person may do. So, and again, let me also make it clear for anybody watching this, including the Japanese people that may be here, I know all of you all are not racist and prejudiced and assholes. I'm married to a Japanese man that is not racist. My in-laws are not. I have Japanese friends. I know. I just gotta put that disclosure out there, so y'all like, oh my God, Renda's, making anti-Japan propaganda. Why don't you leave Japan? I'm not saying everybody's bad, but I am acknowledging there are bad people, just like in the U.S. There are racist people in the U.S. In fact, when you meet racist people, it makes it hard to believe, how did you turn out this way? But these people are like the nicest people that I've ever met are actually white people. Just gonna keep it real. But they're also some of the most evil that I've met too. They can be some of the most hardcore racists. And so just because good exists does not cancel out the fact that bad do too. And that goes for every race. Same thing goes with black people. Not all black people are ghetto, gang banging, drug dealing arpists. But at the same time, I'm not gonna say that none of them are. Look, the reason why I'm gonna be removing my rings and wearing a Walmart wedding band when I get to the US is because I can't trust walking around no damn Tiffany on my finger. Somebody will cut my hand off. I can't look, even the shoes that I got. I wear them LeBron soldiers in the hood. I'm gonna be walking home barefoot on pavement. So anyway, what do you say? Racism is everywhere. It is, unfortunately. So, um, but I will also say that the existence of it being everywhere doesn't cancel out the fact that these problems affect people that are living here now. So I do want to talk about them. But yeah, that is true. There's always going to be racism everywhere. It sucks because we don't live in a perfect world. But yeah, you will. And this is a big part of like why it's so important. It's unfortunate, but to follow the rules and try to do things the right way and go out of your way to do it, because people are watching you with a microscope. They're always looking for you to do something wrong as a foreigner. And I don't know if you're a black stars and jars, like that name, but I don't know if you're black, but especially if you are a black person and depending on where you're from too, because they do differentiate between you being from, I don't know. They think that anybody that's not a Black American is from the continent of Africa. So that includes the Caribbean. Like, you all are all just thrown together. Either Japanese people see you as American or they see you as African, because that's how they see it. Like, they're not going to say Nigeria. It's either African or American. Sorry for the black Brits or the, black Aussies. I've never met a black Aussie. I'm convinced that black people do not exist in Australia. And if I ever see one, you're lying. Like, I think I've even only heard one time a black man with an Aussie accent, and that was on TV. I've never seen them. But I'm mixed. I'm Native American and black, but Japanese people think I'm Japanese. So, and like I will say, how can I put it? Generally speaking, in my opinion, I'm not God, my opinion, most Japanese people do not like separate foreigners like into multiple groups. Like either you're Chinese or Korean. If you want to be fancy, Filipino, I don't know, Vietnamese. Everybody else, a Westerner, foreigner. Like they group you together like that. And even more commonly is just a foreigner. They group us all together. So the likelihood of something being singled out specifically for your race here, being honest, is slim to none, but it can happen. There are people that do specifically dislike black people. It's not very common, but that does exist here. But it's a lot more rare than it is in the US. Generally speaking, most people that are prejudiced here, they just don't like foreigners at all, no matter where you come from. And if they do dislike foreigners, I won't say they dislike them no matter where you come from. Normally, they specifically dislike Korean and Chinese people. Then the second tier racist is the person that dislikes the Vietnamese and Filipinos. And then third tier racist is the people that specifically dislike, Western foreigners. And normally, when they're thinking of Westerners, I will be honest, I feel like it's more so Americans. And it's a lot of hate like for the bases that exist here, which I find interesting too. It's like Japan wants to have their cake and eat it too. If Don't get me wrong, I understand that the basis being here is a constant reminder of them losing that war. And, it's a lot of land and good locations being taken up, which they have some good points with that. For example, I read a review. Don't ask why I do this. I love reading Google reviews. I read somebody that was Japanese review on Yokosuka, whatever it's called, that base down there. And they were saying, how is it that the US is allowed to have private land on Japan and that, they have all of these stores and, restaurants, whatever, but we as Japanese don't have access to it. And so it was made in an ignorant way. And of course, I know why they don't have access to it. I know. But at the same time, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, it is kind of a good point. So, because they do let you go on the base at certain days. For example, at the 4th of July, they have like, what is it, Friend Day, or they have stuff like that there. I have two sisters that are actually in the US military, and one of them was temporarily here in Japan. So I'm aware of these things. But like at the same time, I will say to you, there is a lot of hate for those bases. But at the same time, Japan benefits from them too. Like, y'all see all this crazy stuff going on right now? You got stuff going on in the Middle East. You have everything going on, with Ukraine and Russia. If China were to, go after Taiwan, for those of you guys that don't know, their first strategy will likely be to hit Japan first because Japan has US military bases. And if they can distract the bases here, it allows them to get an advantage over Taiwan. You can watch videos and read posts of people going in the deep dives about what would happen. We don't know, and I may be completely wrong, but that would make sense. With that said, if the US pulled out, China would just go straight after Taiwan immediately. Japan does not have enough people, and their military is too weak, and they also have a declining population. Everybody that you would have had that could have done this is now too old, retired, dying, and dead. You don't have people that are willing to sign up freely on their own either. And because you're not having enough babies, good luck with trying to draft people. That's not going to work out. So I get their anger and hate for the US military base. I'm not trying to be biased because I am an American. I do get it. But at the same time, I will also be honest, y'all might want to be a little bit careful what you're asking for because you need the US to protect you, whether you like it or not. You don't have to love Americans or America, but you need their base. You've gone too long not having your own military that now you are relying on America. You have no choice. If they were to have been saying this 40, 50 years ago, I can agree with them wholeheartedly and say, America, get the fuck out of Japan. But because of where they've gotten now, you're at their mercy. It's like if America left, by Japan, like they don't even really have friends with any of their neighbors. Korea barely puts up with them. So, and China sees them as weak. But anyway, let's say, um, I believe racism is from generations. To be honest, Not sure exactly what you mean. If you mean like it's been passed down, then yeah, I fully agree with that. In fact, one of the things that I've always like heavily talked about on my channel is the fact that people act like the only people here that are racist are like the old people. Like, oh, like once they die off, because I used to say that too. I was echoing what I heard other people say. But after living here, no, that's not true. Actually, the most racist people I've encountered have been young people. Both young people that are younger than me, as in like Gen Alpha, Gen Z teenagers. That would be Gen Z. Because yeah, when I was in my early 20s, that would have been Gen Z. Gen Alpha would have been too young. So yeah, shoot, I wouldn't put it past Gen Alpha either. But it's been Gen Z, it's been millennials, and possibly a little bit of Gen X. But actually, the least amount of racism I've experienced has come from actual old people. Now, don't get me wrong, they can be racist. I have bad experiences with them too. But when I think about what age category everyone falls into that I've encountered, no, most of the people I encountered that were jerks towards me were actually a mix between millennials and Gen X. So no, I'm sorry, it's not baby boomers and the silent generation like how people trying to keep pretending like it is. So anyway, um, the cup better fill up. No, you should never. Oh my gosh, no. That's a big mistake. That's a big mistake. Y'all got look. Y'all don't sue me. I'm not a lawyer, but I can be yours for a price. Let me not say that because see, I'm joking. You're gonna think I'm serious. I am not your lawyer. I'm not giving legal advice, but I will teach you some loopholes because I'm black and I had to learn these things. If a police officer ever asks you to do anything, always say, "Do I legally have to do this?" And they are legally required to tell you, "Do you legally have to do it? Yes or no?" They will oftentimes tell you no. If they say no, you say, "I'm not going to do it." When Jembe called the police on me and wanted me to fill out a form and basically write and sign that I'm not going to stalk him and that I understand that if I come back here that I'll be arrested, I stupidly signed my name and dated on a blank piece of paper. But then they asked me to do something else. They wanted me to like write a statement or whatever. And I asked them, "Do I legally have to do this?" And ooh, he got mad. He was like, "No." So then, no, I'm not doing it. Instantly got pissed off. But he couldn't do anything. He was passive with it. Because as much as he wanted to lie to me, he can't risk getting in trouble for telling me a lie. Not like that. They will tell you to sign stuff. They'll make it seem like you have to. They do this in the US too. What police officers do is they don't tell you that you have a choice. They tell you to do something and see Japanese people, they'll follow it blindly because just like I was saying, they can't think for themselves. They've been taught to not question authority. And most people in the US are like this too. I'm not going to just fully blame it on them. I won't say most people, a lot of people. They've been trained that if somebody tells you you have to do something or says to do something, that means you have to do it. So, for example, the officer doesn't have to say, "You have to fill this out." They just say, "Fill out this form, write whatever." But see, they're tricking you. It's reverse psychology, if that even makes sense. It's a psychological trick, not necessarily reverse psychology, but a psychological trick. Because he's a cop and he has authority, and your brain is thinking, "I can get arrested, I can get in trouble, I'm a foreigner," your brain instantly goes, "I need to fill this out to avoid any problems. I don't want to cause any trouble." But what you don't realize is you just agreed and admitted guilt to something that you may or may not have actually done. I don't know what your friend did, your sister, whatever, but when I did that, if I were to have filled that out, I would be admitting that I stalked him, even though I didn't. And technically, I kind of already did admit it because I signed the blank piece of paper that they had, the makeshift page that they gave me. I didn't understand what I was signing, though, which is wrong. But see, even though you didn't understand why they were having you do that or what it was for, you indirectly or basically directly agreed to it because now they have your signature right there. So even though you didn't get a fair, understanding of what you were doing or why, that was that. So I'm not trying to talk negatively about your sister, but I will say this. I don't know the full story, and you may not have the full story either because they might not have told you everything. Because normally somebody just calling the police on you should not result in you having to sign anything unless you were stealing something or damaging somebody else's stuff. Not accusing your sister, but I'm just saying that there sounds like there's more to that story. But I always try to be on the side of foreigners. We have enough people against us here, assuming that she's telling the truth and there isn't more to that story. That sounds really fishy, and I don't know what she was agreeing to, but it doesn't sound good. You almost never have to sign something that they give you. It's very rare that you have to sign anything. It's almost always optional, even if you are in trouble. Always lawyer up. Do not allow them to, get you to sign crap that you don't have to. And in most circumstances like that, you're not even going to need a lawyer. It'll be one and done. Like somebody calls the police, you talk to them, they're out of your hair, you're not dealing with them again. That's it. So yeah, I hope that she's fine. But in the future, tell your sister, your friend, whoever, don't ever sign anytime. Like, don't be rude. Don't be an asshole to them. Even though you can do that, you do have freedom of speech here. But don't push it. Don't push it. Okay. Just say, do I have to do this? Every time. Do I legally have to? Add the legally part. Do I legally have to write this? Do I legally have to go there? Always say that. And they're not used to being asked that, because even Japanese people, if they're told to do something by a police officer, they will do it instantly. It's, yes, sir. Like, yes, chef. Like, watching, Gordon Ramsay's Hell Kitchen, like, they don't question what they're being told to do. So, and I would love to say, oh, the only people that need this advice are people that, are doing something bad and illegal. I've been in enough situations where I did nothing wrong and this advice has helped me. Because, like, even that situation, I literally broke up with him because he was talking shit about me on the phone to his friend. I left him. Even after I left, where are you going? You're not coming back. Grab the green tea out of the fridge that he bought for me. Do you want a green tea? And after I said no, and he shut the door, my brain, like I said, is like, wait, what am I doing? I can't move my stuff right now. I had like, what, 4 or 5 boxes of stuff. Like, I need Yamato to ship my stuff. I can't do this right now. And I can't carry myself, myself to the convenience store. I don't know where it is. So luckily, the police officers that he called actually ended up helping me take my stuff there. It was really embarrassing though. But anyway, that was an example of me, that was the first time I ever did it, actually, if I think about it. I think that was the first time I ever said that. But always question, always challenge. They're not used to Japanese people doing that, because even a Japanese person, you tell them, do this, they do it. So yeah, use the law to your advantage. If you don't have to do something, don't do it. So, because you could be agreeing to something that you didn't do, based off of what somebody else said, and you're signing away, and agreeing that this is what happened. You're agreeing with this is the situation, and you understood what you were asked or told to do, and you actually weren't sure what was going on, what was said. So, yep. I've had a lot of ghetto stories here. Yes, black. Oh, so you are black. Okay, but man, like, I'm not even gonna get into those stories, but I had some very questionable times when I first came here. I did some very bad things, but we're not gonna talk about that. I need more time to pass by before we can deep dive in there. So I feel like I spit in my mouth. Hold on. Sorry guys. See, normally if I was editing a video, I could just like stop. But I feel like there was like paper on the side of my mouth. But I don't know. Let me check to make sure I didn't get no DMs during this time. Because everybody's sending me an email. It's about work. And I know I didn't specify that you can't talk about it, but it's just hard for me to answer work-related questions because they're so specific to where you live and what your education is, etc. And there's always going to be an exception to the rule. Like, well, having a degree is easier. You can get a work visa without having a bachelor's degree. You don't need one. It just makes it much easier to get a job here. So, yeah. Wow, it's been almost 3 hours so far. I'm surprised there's even anybody here right now. But don't forget to like this video, you all. Please help me. I forgot I'm even looking for. Oh yeah, my DMs. Y'all need to be praying for me, y'all, because I'm starting to feel like I got Alzheimer's. Somebody messaged me saying hello. Well, hello, hi to you too. You literally messaged me on Instagram, and you can see that I'm married. But no, I'm not going to go on a hotel date with you, sir. You didn't say that, but I already got the implication. So no, I'm good. But thanks. But yep. Speaking of which, y'all, I cannot believe I'm about to be 30 years old. I've been saying that for the longest, but it's actually like finally like coming up. Like, I got one more year, y'all. And it blows my mind that like people get so offended by being called auntie. But shoot, sign me up for that, like I was saying before, because y'all can get I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah, y'all can get tired of me doing this, but I absolutely cannot wait. I cannot wait, y'all. When I get, oh my god, my spine. hurts. When I get to be 30, I'm gonna start telling people I'm 40. And I'm like, you look so good for your age. Like, yep, I know, thank you. Like, people act so ashamed, be like, I'm not an auntie, I'm not old. Like, you do realize that actually, even when you're in your 20s, you're old enough to be an auntie, because it used to be where women were having their babies in their 20s. Like, we're kind of supposed to. So, actually, if you're 30 plus years old, you are most certainly auntie age. So, I don't take it as an insult. Auntie me the fuck up. But you know what I do find not really insult, but creepy? The amount of young men that have flirted with me. I feel disgusted now because like it's so weird. I remember when I first came to Japan, I was the baby. Like everybody's like, "Oh my god, you're so young. You're 20 years old." And now it's like I see people that are 20 and it's like, "You were like in diapers when I came here." I was your teacher. And like these kids are now hitting on me. And it's like, no. I mean, like beyond just even being married, it's so uncomfortable. Or like even when you hear people's age, I went to Hoshino Cafe. Was it yesterday? 2 days ago? 3 days? No, 3 days ago. And when I went there, the cashier, she wasn't talking to me. And it was a girl, it was a Japanese girl. She was talking to this old lady, this chain smoking chick that came in behind me. I don't think I've ever heard a Japanese woman that sounded like that before. But she had like that Selma and what is that Selma Louise like voice from The Simpsons. Wasn't her Selma? I forgot the other sister. Is she Louise? She had that sort of like chain smoker voice. And so they're speaking in Japanese, and so she like asked her how old she was, and come on, my mom's calling. Hold on, y'all. I gotta tell her. Hello, hello. I can't hear you, but I gotta call you back. I'm sorry. I'm kind of busy. Yeah, can you hear me? I said I'm kind of busy. I gotta call you back. Can you hear me? Hello. Yeah, I keep saying the same thing. I'm kind of busy. I have to call you back. And you about to make me mad. I hate repeating myself. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, I could hear you the whole time. I said that I'm kind of busy. I have to call you back. I'm sorry. No, no, I don't need to wait. I'm saying that I'm busy, so I need to call you back later. Yeah, I will call you back. I'm sorry. Okay, well, excuse me. All right. All right, bye. I forgot what I was talking about. I gotta work on my memory, you all. So, are you getting enough VT, a vitamin? I said VT. Are you getting enough vitamin B12? It can cause memory issues. If not, probably not, because I haven't been taking multivitamins in a long. I haven't been taking any vitamin in a long time. But I was talking about. See, look, see, perfect time. I was talking about being an auntie. See, I'm proving it right now. It's a compliment to me. But yeah, with the younger people thing, I just can't. I went to the U.S. Embassy the other day. I made a video about this. Hearing them call out like people's names, and then like I wasn't trying to be nosy, but like I can hear them. It's not a big area. Hearing people say their birthday and like hearing them say 2000 something for their birth year. And I know that I'm barely born in the 90s myself. I'm right in the middle of the end of the year, at the end of the decade. I'm 95 and I'm barely 95. I'm almost 96. But even like hearing 99 trips me out. I was like, 1999, like you're a baby. And then like hearing people saying like, oh, like 2004, 2004, like how did you come to Japan by yourself? Like, but wow, 2004 is 20, like you're grown. Like that's just so crazy to me. But anyway, look, I'm sorry. I draw the line with this. I'll never be a cougar. I do not like young men. I don't care if they're rich. I will never date a young man. I just can't. I like old men, like not crusty old, but like I like older. Like I will only date men that are no younger than their early 30s. And I don't really have a max age right now. Like when I was younger, I did, but if I were to get a divorce, I probably wouldn't date anybody over the age of like 48. But fingers crossed, I'm not trying to get one. But we had some, look, y'all, I can't even show it to y'all because it has too much of my information on it. We literally filled out the paperwork for the divorce, all right? Twice. I'm not just saying that figuratively, like we did it. Like I was ready for that divorce. So we had some moments. But yeah, my brain is fried. But that's a part of me being old. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that though. Because then people go like, oh, you look so good for your age. So yep. I do not take offense to that at all. And plus, like, being older, unless, you're kind of dumb, you should be wiser too. Like, for example, the reason why I have people that, are in college now, like sending me messages and asking me for dating advice and whatnot is because I hope that's why you did it. You think that I, have experience. I'm older than you. Like, I've been there, done that. Like, let me see what this dumb bitch gonna tell you to do. Because, look, I've shared all of my Patreon, especially knows, I've shared all of my crazy, bad, ghetto dating stories there. So there ain't nothing you could tell me that I haven't already seen and been through. But anyway, yeah, I can't wait. Give me a little more time. And when I let that time pass and we get past the what do they call it, the statutory limits or whatever, I'm gonna share some illegal stories that I have with y'all. Cause I done did some not so good things here in Japan. But yeah. Look, I did what I had to do. Y'all can already get an idea as to what I'm talking about, but I did what I had to do. But it was crazy, it was dangerous, it was bad. And the thing that like shocked me the most, I'm not gonna say it, but you can figure out what I'm talking about. The amount of racist people that I encountered. And between the racist people as well as like people that felt that they were too good to be with somebody that like I'm talking too much. Let me just say this. I'm married. I shouldn't be sharing this with y'all. Okay, I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm not gonna go into detail, but just know this. How many more years for the team? Give me about 2 years, and then I'll speak in exact detail. I'm being dumb for sharing this because I'm oversharing, but I feel like it'll help somebody, and also, I mean, it'll entertain you all too. But let's just say your girl had some hard times. I have some ghetto videos in my phone, but I don't know if they're downloaded. That not to prove that, not like that, but I mean like videos to prove the hard times I was on. Because when I first came here, I think I talked about this before, but like I never shared video of it. I was so poor at one point here, you all. This is embarrassing. I was so poor. I was living in a share house near Narima. I was in Suginami, I think I was. And it was a nice share house. It was brand new. The company ended up, I think I shared the story already before, but if not, well, you're going to hear it now. Look, I'm old. I can't remember what I told you all. The share house ended up closing down shortly after I left. And if I knew that, because they were closing down, they let us keep the furniture. Well, I'd already moved in with my now ex boyfriend, Show. I would have, they had this really nice pink refrigerator. I would have taken that with me. I was so pissed off. I was like, I wanted to keep that. I could have even sold it for money. But anyway, long story short, when I first got there, I had nothing but the room. I had no money. I didn't even have a refrigerator. So when I had my groceries, I had to put my groceries inside of a trash bag, tie the bag. I had to go out, and this is a share house, into the hallway in the middle of the night when nobody could see me, and take my trash bag with my groceries inside of it, put my food out the window, and like lower the bag on the ground. And like, I had it tied multiple times to make sure like no bugs or whatever can get inside of the, food or whatever. And it was in the wintertime too. That was so ghetto and so embarrassing. And it got so bad that like I was having to like steal like the cleaning supplies and whatnot from like they had like shared cleaning supply stuff for everybody to use. But like I needed a lot of it to like makeshift stuff. Like for example, like I was using the foil that they had inside the kitchen, like to make like my own bowls and stuff. Like it was like the Sims, like the Sims Castaway or some shit. Like I felt like a caveman, but I did what I had to do. But long story short, during these hard and struggling times, I might have done some things I wasn't supposed to do. And yeah, I came across some bad people, and let's just say that these people unfortunately helped me though, and might have sold some things I'm not supposed to sell. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna leave it at that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But I have some very good stories that have never been shared. And this is what I'm talking about. Y'all think I know everything about me? Y'all think that I've shared everything there is to share? No, I actually keep a lot to myself. I don't ever say anything about. So look, I'm still human. I do feel embarrassment. I do have some form of pride and shame. So, but yeah, the good thing about getting older, I know I'm not old. And for those of you guys that are in your 30s and 40s, you're rolling your eyes and you're now like, bitch, you're not even 30 yet. Shut up. I know, but hear me out. That's why I said older and not old. As you get older, you stop caring what people think about you. And you also get to the point where when enough time has passed, you feel comfortable sharing how you really felt, sharing what really happened to you without any shame because it's so far back that you don't really give a fuck what people think about you. Like, for example, like I did this already on my channel, but sharing things about how like I got evicted or about how, I got fired or I quit a job stupidly or, I stupidly had alcohol at work. I didn't know you couldn't do it. That sounds so common sense, but sign me up for being a dumb bitch because I didn't know. So when enough time has passed, you feel more comfortable sharing things like that because it's like, the fuck you gonna do about it? And also that was the you from 5, 10 years ago instead of you from yesterday or you from this morning. So there's videos I've never even played back of myself that I talked about before because I'm literally like, I don't even want to hear what I have to say. I made a like suicide video. I gotta watch my words. YouTube is gonna flag this video, but I made an end my life video. And I think I made actually 2 or 3 different ones addressing different people. And they were long. And I was literally crying like a you know what. And I was talking about my whole life and about how I'm such a loser and I'm so this and everybody was so right about me and I can't do anything right and I don't deserve. It was just such a yeah. And after I recorded that video and I let some time go by, I was so embarrassed by it. I haven't even pressed the play button even for a second of that video. I don't even know what I said anymore because that's not me anymore. I'm glad that I'm still here. And the idea of me taking my life over a job and some broke ass man that's not even that cute, yeah, I'm good. Like, I would never do that. But that was how I felt in that moment. And I don't feel ashamed of that per se, like in the sense that I want to pretend like it never happened. But I'm glad that I didn't put that out there because I am still here. I didn't end myself and I don't plan to do that. Maybe. So but yeah, like as the time goes on, I'll have more stories to share. I gotta let it simmer a little bit more. but in this in this case, sorry, my voice is getting dry. I've been talking for 3 hours. In this case, it's not just a matter of how can I put it, the embarrassment and shame behind it, which there is that, but rather legally. Let me just put it this way. I'm not going to say anything, but some things that I did you're not supposed to do in Japan. I'll just say that. And because of that, I'm using my brain. I'm not going to sit on, look, I'm not a rapper. I'm not going to tell on myself. So, but just like in the US, Japan has statute limitations, whatever. Like after a certain point, well, what you did is still wrong. You can't get in trouble for it anymore. So I gotta wait for those things. Even though actually I think it's already been long enough. I think it's like 8 years, whatever, 5 years, however long it's been. I've been here for almost 9 years. No, next year will be my 9th year, and then 2026 will be 10 years of being in Japan. But the stories that I have there, and so even the stuff that I did that wasn't necessarily illegal, but the questionable things that I did, those things I could talk about more. Like for example, I signed up for this. This is embarrassing. And I hate to say this as a black person because it's stereotypical, being a poor black girl, whatever. But look, I'm married now, so I don't care. I'm actually kind of getting cold because I have my air down too low. But yeah, do I want to share that? That's kind of deep. Whatever. Okay, I'll briefly talk about it, but again, I won't go into more detail until enough time has passed for me to not only feel comfortable talking about it, but for me to not have to worry about legal issues either. So it just reminded me of the Key and Peele skit regarding the rapper telling himself regarding and unaliving something. My screen cuts it off, but okay. Yeah. Yeah, because like you know what I mean, like how rappers be making songs talking about like in detail what they did. Now, granted, a lot of them are lying. A lot of them are like Lil Tecca talking about crap they ain't ever done in their life. However, however, look, I got enough people to hate me. I ain't trying to give y'all no fuel or ammo to bring to the police here. The cops already don't like my ass, especially since I'm telling you all to just ask them, do I legally have to do whatever? Every time, every single thing. Don't stop asking. If they say no and they say, okay, well then just do this. Do I legally have to do that? Keep hitting them with it. They'll get the hint and then they'll stop. So, because even the nosiness, they will ask you questions that you think you have to answer because a cop is asking. So, for example, they asked me, how did I meet him? They asked me, what exactly happened? You don't have to answer any of that shit. Those are optional questions to answer. And so you would know that as a normal do-gooder, you're just gonna answer the question because why not? I have nothing to hide. I met him on pairs, just tell the truth. But it's like, why am I giving you more information to gossip about to your friends? You don't need to know this. You want to know. It's not legally required. So anyway, but yeah, I'm trying to look. I'm not trying to be like that Key and Peele skit. I'm trying to use my brain, and so while it is fun for me to share these things, I got to think to myself: there's people listening to me that don't like me, and there's also people that are listening to me that will snitch, even though they claim to like me. So I can't share everything. That's why I'm gonna beat around the bush. Y'all can figure it out, and you can put two and two together, and you might get six. I don't know, but anyway, yeah, like I can talk about because this is legal. But let's just say y'all know more than just that happens. They have a lot of like sugar daddy like companies here in Japan, and you'd be amazed. It's very easy to make money here for a girl. And that's why I find it really funny that they let that girl be that sugar baby. What's her name? What's her name? Riri, which really sucks. That's what I was gonna name my baby, but they let her be the fall guy, and it's like if you can get in trouble for scamming men out of their money in exchange for dating them, having sex with them, then why don't men get in trouble legally for scamming women out of pussy? Think about the amount of women that have gotten STDs, that have gotten pregnant, that have wasted their time, that have given up their virginity, thinking that they're going to have an actual boyfriend and husband in this man. Because I can tell you firsthand, I have a ton of stories. The first person I ever even slept with here in Japan, the first Japanese person I ever had sex with, he fits that category perfectly. And so it's like, okay, if I can't sue for that, then how come these men can do it? And she actually got a jail sentence. They fined her, and I think she's in prison now. She ain't do nothing wrong. She did the same thing that men are doing. If they can play game, why can't you? And look, I'm not encouraging anybody to use anyone. I don't think that women should use men and men shouldn't use women. But it's like, okay, if men are allowed to play the game and trick girls, and look, love my brother, but he's a F boy, and I had to learn that after I was making my content. I was talking to him, and so look, I'm pulling off a Key and Peele. I'm telling too much. Well, I would just put it this way: my brother is married, and he's an F boy. Okay, that's all you. That's all you need to know. He does the same stuff that I complain about Japanese men doing. So I know it's not exclusive to just them, but I do feel like it happens here much more. And the part that bothers me is they're not just doing that with everyone. They specifically target foreign women to play this game on. That's the issue that I have a problem with. If they treated everyone the same, I still have a problem with it, but I wouldn't talk about it so much. They literally will specify that they want foreign women because they want to use you, not because they actually are attracted to you and want to date you. So anyway, yeah, it's like if they could do it, why can't they? I mean, why can't we? So, but yeah, like my brother, he'll tell a girl whatever they want to hear, pretend like he wants to marry them, pretend like he wants to be their boyfriend, and as soon as he gets what he wants in them, gone. He eat them fruit snacks, drink that juice, pull off in his SUV, block you. You ain't gonna ever hear from him again. That's the game that he plays, and that's exactly why I don't really talk to him. So love him, and I have spoken to him a little bit recently through my mom, but we got into a big argument over that. So look, I hope the same standards that I have for the men that I interact with, I have for my family too. I can't control them, but I'm not gonna condone what they're doing though either. So, but anyway, back into what I was saying. Yeah, there's a lot of men here that have money, and there's two different types of men. There's men here that like throwing away their money on attractive women, like just to be in your presence, and they'll buy you whatever you want. And then there's men here that, they do want something in exchange, if you know what I mean. But look, people act like it's so bad. And I'm not gonna say it's right. It is morally wrong. Okay. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie. But I will be honest though. Why is it that men only feel like it's wrong when you are finally profiting from it, but men have no problem taking it from you for free? And let's face it, if men could sell their booty hole for free and make the same type of money that women do while still being straight, they would do it. So yeah, it's like they're just playing the system the way that you're playing it too, just doing it from a female perspective. If you're gonna trick girls into giving up the cookie by saying you want to be their boyfriend or husband, then women have the right to trick you into giving up money, food, etc., by pretending like they're really interested in you. Now, I didn't do this, but I'm just saying that I don't really feel bad for the people that fall for it because y'all do the same thing. I feel bad for the good guys that fall for it, but trust me, I don't know if her name was Rie or Riri, whatever. The guys that were dealing with her, I can assure you they were not good men. So I don't feel sorry for them. Now the genuinely good guys that fall for this stuff, I do feel bad. In fact, there's a white guy who I read his post a while ago. I made a video about it. He got stood up by a Japanese girl, not just stood up, he got used. She had him buy him, and I'm sorry if you're here watching this or if you know the person, please don't say their name or share their post or anything like that inside the comment section. Just listen to it. If you've already heard it, you can say that you've heard it, but like don't share anymore. I'm not trying to embarrass the person. Long story short, I'm never gonna say the place. He bought this Japanese girl a ticket to an amusement park. They met first, and he gave her the ticket, stupidly. Well, she canceled the date, took the ticket, blocked him, and just got a free entry somewhere. That is something that I don't condone. This was apparently a nice guy. He was sad and he was, asking, hey, like, is there anybody that's going to be going to this place today? Because, basically I just got scammed and, I still have my ticket and, I don't want it to go to waste. So he was either willing to sell it or somebody else wants to come with them, and I just feel so sorry for him because see those are people that I do feel bad for, the people that really are good guys trying to be make a good first impression, trying to plan a nice good first date. And the problem is girls like that ruin it for girls like us that are dating seriously and do want to gotta pay for the first date, because then for the guys I can that were good guys that he that was an expensive ticket, okay, like it was pricey. And that's not including this man is planning on paying for the food, transportation, everything else for the day. That was going to be a nice first formal date. So, anyway, when girls is like that, it ruins it for the rest of us because then when guys want to use the excuse of why they don't want to pay for a date, they're going to point to chicks like her. When the reality is, like, if we were to do that, then that's even more reason for us to, not pay half or to choose nice dates. Because if we had that same mindset, 99% of men that talk to you are just looking for sex, no matter how cute, young, thin you are. Most men are just trying to use you. So the same is not true in reverse. I would argue that the majority of who's in her early 20s, Korean girl, model-esque, she looks like a model. Why would she want to talk to your old broke ass? Unless she was using you. And sir, let me let you in a little bit of a secret. That's not a Korean girl and it's not a woman at all. You're more than likely talking to a man. And so basically he got mad because this person was like trying to ask him like for his ID and asked him for money, etc. For him to send it, like wire it to him. And he was thinking he was really doing like some sort of like good journalism. And I'm like, anybody that's like watched any video, read any posts on dating knows about these age-old scams at this point. But that's the problem with men. They're so obsessed with having a woman that looks good and is young. They like the logic in their brain doesn't work when they're talking to people. They should know the only reason why a girl that's that young, that cute, want to talk to you is because they're either using you or they're fake. And there's some dumb women like this too. For example, if you watch, there's a YouTube channel called Social Catfish. I love that channel, and I'll talk about it inside of multiple videos that I made recently. But you'll see that there's literally people that are on there, women that have given up their entire retirement savings. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, sold their house, their children's inheritance to a scammer in Nigeria. And look, I'm sorry, Nigerians, but look, y'all gave yourselves that label. Don't blame me. But I know it's not all of y'all, so shut up. But anyway, it's like women are dumb too. I think to myself, now look at yourself. Man, you are 73 years old. You're wrinkled. You're fat. You weren't even cute when you were thin and young. Why do you think a man that has six-pack abs, 6'3", is a multi-millionaire? Why would he need to borrow $980,000 from you? Come on. This girl then sold her house, gave up her children's inheritance, like doing all type of crazy stuff with that. And it's like I want to feel sorry for them, but then it's like it's the fact that you're not even using your brain. You want something that you don't deserve. That's way out of your league. Why would somebody that looks like that, makes type of money, want to deal with you? So, and I feel like men actually have this a lot worse than women. Women can be confused, like y'all saw Kevin Samuel stuff, but like at the same time, I would argue that most women actually are aware of what they can get on a more realistic level. Most men, no matter how broke, how short, how old, how fat, how bald they all want the same girl. And they don't just want them, they will approach them and then be shocked when she rejects them. I feel like most women, even if we of course all want the same guy, but most of us have enough brains to know, look, looking the way that you do, you ain't, like, for example, I ain't no dummy. I ain't gonna slide in Chris Brown's DMs. I'm not his type. He like biracial, half Asian, half black women, or he likes straight up non-black women. And then on top of that, I'm too fat for his ass. Like I'm not his type in any way, shape, what form whatsoever. And with that said, I can like him looks wise, but I can also have enough sense to know I'm not gonna waste my time trying to hit on him. So anyway, but there are some delusional chicks out there, so I know. But yeah, back on subject. It's interesting to see that men are willing to pay for such stupid things. Because I'm sorry, look, I don't even get the idea of paying for doing the actual deed. There ain't no way I'm paying just to spend time with you. Like, think about the level of desperation you have to be at. But there's a market for it. I worked at a maid cafe that worked more like a girls' bar. It closed down, and that's exactly the concept that they had. I told the story before, but I met a guy there who like owned like a bunch of like ramen shops, and he was rich, and he was just really horrible at talking to women. He was fat, he was ugly, typical otaku appearance. He was hanging on Akihabara, which is how he met me, and so he literally got to the point he was coming to my job on a daily basis. He would ask for me, and he would like just run up his bill to like make as many, give me as many, what do they call it? Where you get like bonus points or whatever. I forgot what they call it. Commissions. To give as many commissions to me as possible. So for example, like he would pay for me to like sing him a song. He would, pay to take a picture with me. He'd buy food for him and me. He'd buy drinks for him and me. Like he would, do whatever he could. And he would stay there the whole evening. So from the time he got there to the time that we closed. And I'm not gonna lie, look, this is before I got married, y'all, so calm down. I'm not gonna lie. If I knew what I know now, I would have got his line number, his line information before I left. I refused it back then because I was like kind of weirded out and grossed out by him. He seemed really stalkerish, but hey, he would have been my number one customer. But anyway, yeah, like people like that. And this guy had money. He wasn't like one of those capping people. Like, have you ever watched, Better Call Saul? If you have, oh, I'm not trying to spoil it, but just full disclosure warning, like this is gonna be a little bit of a spoiler. Okay, well anyway, there's this guy, I forgot what his name, did they even tell us his name? But he was like trading like these baseball cards, or he was like a total nerd. He worked at this like pharmacy manufacturing company, and he had access to like, I don't want to say the words, but DRU, you know what else? Stuff that you get like at the store from Walgreens. So anyway, long story short, he, how can I put it? He was, what was I talking about this? He was basically a loser. Okay, like he was a loser. Like he had that sort of look. Like he had money, but he like had no social skills. And so that's exactly what this guy was. He had money, he was a nice guy, he was Japanese, but and he was short, but like he wasn't that short. He was like average height. He was like maybe like somewhere between 5'7", 5'8", not too short. And so even although he's rich, he's wasting his money paying for the attention of women. Sir, all you gotta do is like fucking wave your gold or black card or some shit and just make your profile say, hey, I'm rich. Suck my dick, bitch. And Japanese girls will be all over you. Yeah, and foreign women, but especially Japanese girls. They'll be all over your ass just because you have money. And so, granted, I get it. People don't want to be used, but it's like, well, you kind of do want to be used. You go into, a girls' bar, basically, you're paying money for me to pretend like I like you. So, and he wasn't that old either. He was no older than maybe early 40s at best. Look, he was maybe in his late 30s. I was in my early 20s back then. I was 21 years old, so he seemed old to me back then. But anyway, he was nice. He was a little bit stalkerish and creepy, not gonna lie, made me feel uncomfortable. But I also chalk it up to him just being socially awkward. So this is just a one-off example, but there's plenty of people like that. I can't remember the name of the website, but there's actually a whole website that's specifically made for this type of arrangement. And yeah, it's a Japanese website, not like syncing arrangements, not the American stuff. I mean, there's Japanese websites for this stuff. And the girl might have had some experience with those. In fact, I didn't just use the website. I joined a service, dating service that literally had you dating like elite men. So look, when I tell y'all about stuff, I got real experience. All right. Like I've been there, done that. This place, it was so sketchy, y'all. I'm trying to think of where it was. I think it was in Roppongi. You literally had to go there. They had you dress up and they took photos of you. They took photos and videos, not inappropriately, like with your clothes on, but they take you into a room and they get like, nice headshot of you. They get full body photos, they get side profiles, everything. They ask you like information about like, what's your favorite color, what's your favorite food, what nickname you want to use. They get everything for you. And then after that, they set up a profile for you and they let you know like when guys have like requested you. So there's a lot of sketchy underground stuff here in Japan. So I've been sitting on some stories, y'all. But like I said, I don't want to go into detail about them yet. But we'll talk about those things later. And again, like this is legal because you can date people if you want to, but other things are not. So yeah. And then like the thing that also like scared me too, I didn't talk about this and I hate to share this, but my original Japan dad, I might have shared this with you guys before. He found out what I was doing and he tried to like lie and say that it wasn't him, that it was his friend, but it was him. I'm not gonna lie, it changed the way that I viewed him because after I found out that he knew what I was doing, that told me that he only knew what I was doing because he was paying for the service. So that meant that he was cheating on his wife. And it blew my mind because all this time, like, I looked up to you. Like, y'all refer to him as being my Japan dad. And it's like, you're a cheater? And so, yeah, it was just really weird after that. Like, I kind of stopped talking to him after that. But he was such a liar. It's like, no, your friend didn't find me because your friend would never remember me. You saw me. You were paying for that service. So, but yeah, you don't have to go all the way with men. There are lots of men that just want to pay to be in the company of an attractive woman. And look, I ain't no damn 10. I'm the best looking girl out there. And I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't call myself ugly per se. And also, there's a little bit of advantage here. Being a foreigner is exotic for them. So I'm sure there's other things like that too. But yeah, there's a lot of people that will buy you whatever you want. They will, might not necessarily buy you like, luxury gifts per se, but they'll take you out for luxury meals. And, they really just want to have somebody they can talk to that's not their wife, that they can just sit down and, have a good time with. And then, granted, I will say this, I was not purposefully dealing with married men, but now looking back, I'm pretty sure a lot of the men that I was talking to, they were. I just didn't know that back then. It didn't cross my mind. And plus, I mean, who's going to honestly say, yes, some people do actually. Some people do. But generally speaking, they just won't share that they're married. If you ask them, they will tell you. But normally, people don't openly say, I'm a married man. Normally, you have to pull it out of them and ask them. And then they will be honest here. So I'll give the Japanese props. Unlike in the US, generally speaking, most people, if you ask them if they're in a relationship or if they're married, they will be honest. Most, not all. So that would not be true in the US. But, because yeah, that's like one of the things that haunts me to this day. I never made a video on it and actually started recording it, but I decided not to go through with it. And I could share this a little bit. And I do mean a little bit because I feel ashamed of it to this day. I accidentally slept with somebody's husband. And it was another foreigner's husband, too. That made it even worse. I had no idea that he was married. I didn't. And like after I had that experience, it changed my perspective. Where, don't get me wrong, some girls, I would argue most, do know that they're dealing with a married man. But I really did not know. And he dropped it. It was like a bombshell on me suddenly during a date. And even he was shocked. He was like, I thought you were gonna like throw your drink at me. And I probably should have, but first of all, I wasn't gonna embarrass myself in front of all these Japanese people, but I didn't know how to react. I couldn't believe him. I was like, I actually thought you were married when I first dated you. And I actually joked about that to him because he seemed too good to be true. And it turned out I was right. So I've had some crazy experiences here. I've had some really embarrassing ones. I've had some interesting ones. I've had some racist ones. So I've been there, done that, seen it all, and I've had some really low points in my life because like that's not. I mean, it's funny. Like I'm laughing about it right now, but like being realistic, like in that moment, I felt disgusted in myself knowing that I slept with somebody's husband, and also I wasn't laughing at that, but just thinking about like, the guys that I dated, like even although I didn't do anything with them, knowing that I was even dating somebody else's husband. I would be devastated if I knew somebody was doing that with my man. And look, I can't control it. If he cheats on me, I can't stop him. He's his own person. But knowing that I participated in that, I'm cursing myself. I didn't know that though. So that really, bothered me. But now I've had enough time go by where I feel more comfortable sharing a little more about these little experiences. But I have a more clear understanding where it's like, if I deal with somebody who like I'm talking to or giving advice to, and like they say, like, "Oh, I didn't know," I'm now more willing to believe that some people really don't know. Because sometimes even when you ask men, they won't be. I mean, think about it. Why would they be honest with you? There's no incentive for them to tell you that they are. Because for most women, if they know that you are, they're not going to deal with it. For example, my brother, why is he playing F boy games? Because if you directly tell women, "Hey, I just want to F, hit it and quit it, and I'm done," most women will not talk to you. But if you lie to women and say, "Hey, let's go on a nice date. I love you. I want to get married too," you talk them up and sweet talk them and whatnot, then guess what? You will get a lot more one night stands than if you tell women, "Hey, I'm just here for one night only." Most women are going to ignore you, block you, unmatch you. They won't even give you a like in the first place. So I understand the game. It just doesn't make it right. So I'm not going to agree with it or justify it, but I do understand why they're doing it. Just like people that are involved in gangs and whatnot. Look, I'm from Chicago. And so, most of my family on my father's side are gang affiliated, but I'm not going to excuse it. I get why they do it. You got a bunch of people that raised in generation after generation of trauma. They don't have fathers in the household. I get it. But at the same time, it's like, are we going to now, like, there's videos of people trying to pretend like the BDKs are actually, some sort of Robin Hood type group, like the Black Panthers. Come on, y'all. No, the hell it is not. They ain't doing nothing. Look, the only thing they giving back to the communities is bullet bags and body bags and whatnot. They ain't, and STDs. They are not helping our community. Don't fall for that crap. Like, I got to be careful because I'm about to go back there. Don't shoot me. But yeah, I have a lot of things that I would like to share, and I think it's very interesting in my perspective too, because I know things have changed over time, and also seeing that some of these websites have closed down, and also like some of these businesses I'm sure no longer exist anymore. I'm curious to hear like other people's stories too, because I know I'm not the only person. Because like the sketchiest place was definitely like the sugar baby place, like where you like went and took photos and everything. That was scary. Cause I'm not gonna lie, when I went to that place, it felt like some dark web activity type stuff. Like it felt when I was there, it honestly felt like you were going to be like trafficked yourself. Like it did not feel like right. It was a very hidden, quiet location. And then like even the girl that like came to get you, she was very weird. I can't explain it, but like it was just a really eerie feeling. But I went through with it anyway, so I don't know how to talk. But in my defense, I was like 21. I might have actually been 20. I think I was, no, I was 21. I was 21. But look, I was desperate. I was a college student. I needed money, did what I had to do. But hey, that's why I said enough time has passed by where I could share a few more of these things. But yeah, I did some crazy stuff. But the real stories that you all want to hear, we're gonna have to wait on that because there's not been enough time for me to share those things with you. But let me check to make sure I don't have any messages because I'm probably gonna start wrapping this up soon because I am hungry. I want to eat something. So let me check, see if y'all said anything to me because I have like nothing on Instagram. I only have emails, and it seems like 99% of them are about work. So yeah, I have nothing at all on Instagram. So don't ever complain because y'all always be good at me. Like, oh, you don't respond to messages, and y'all be unsubscribing and whatnot. Well, I'm live right now. And I'm willing to talk, but y'all not saying nothing. So I tried. So anyway, it's taking so long for this to load. I don't know what I want to do anymore, y'all. Because like even with my life, because like on one hand, like I kind of miss working, but then I'm grateful that I don't have to work. So I feel like I don't want to really say that because it's not true. Because I like that I don't have to work, but I do kind of miss like teaching. I enjoy my work. See, a lot of people teach here because they have to, and that's the only choice. But I actually like being a teacher. Like I want. If you ask my mom, I always said that I wanted to be a teacher before I even started school. I always wanted to be a teacher. So Yep. Oh, well, this is nice. Hello, I would like to say thank you for making fun and helpful videos. Your tips and stories have helped me deal with the struggles of teaching and living in Japan so far. I moved here about 6 months ago and it's been tough, but I think things will get better over time. Your videos give me hope that things can get better. Thank you. Well, thank you. So like things like this like make me feel good about making content. Like for example, y'all made me like so happy. Like I was smiling, looking all stupid, like how I am right now when I read you all's comments from yesterday. Because like I said, like I was afraid. Because normally they tell you that if you go on a long break like that, you'll never get like your YouTube channel back to where it was. And my channel was never big in the first place. But YouTube doesn't push out your videos or notifications when you've been on a hiatus for a long time because their goal is to make money. So like if you're not actively posting, people are not going to be actively watching your content and they'd rather promote somebody else who is actively posting. So thank you guys for sticking around and thank you for anybody and welcome and thank you for those of you guys that are new here because I did get a lot of subscribers during my break of 1 year. So yeah, but I really want to share more about those stories today, but I just can't. I can't. I gotta give them more time. We can't talk about it yet. But anyway, what I really want, I would love for like a man to like share their experiences with like being scammed here more. Because like I read the stories every once in a while, but I know that there's way more scamming happening here because I see even Japanese men constantly write profiles talking about how they don't want people to, message them talking about crypto. And it's like, I've never had a man send me a message about that. Or maybe I guess the reason why I don't see it is I wouldn't even like these people that I know look fake. But it's like men like have no discernment when it comes to girls. Like it'll be a girl that has like a super obviously fake picture where it's not her. And then they'll like message them back and forth. And then when a girl asks for money, they're like, women are so horrible. All these gold digging whores. Like that was not a woman. That was a man scamming you. Don't blame us. That's a scammer. So girls that are looking for money ain't gonna be messaging your broke ass. I can promise you that. That was definitely a man. So, but oh man, like the booty bandit video for Tuesday. That's the one that I'm looking forward to, and that's what I'm gonna get dragged for the most. But actually, I want to hear men give their thoughts on that. I know it's not politically correct to say, but I would love to hear like men chime in on that video and like tell me, sorry guys, I gotta adjust myself again, and like tell me what their thoughts are being a stay-at-home dad. Like to me, look, that's the most emasculating thing you could do as a man. Like at that point, you might as well bend over. Because look, there's some men that do that that are straight. I just can't. I can't. And again, I'm grateful. At least she's married and they have a happy little family. At least it looks like it. But I don't want that for none of you all. And I don't want that for myself. If my kids ever do that, they're getting disowned. They're getting disowned automatically. I would rather you, at least if you're gonna marry somebody that's a gold digging mooch, quit your job. Working as like a doctor or a surgeon while you have a stay-at-home husband and you just gave birth to twins? No. Like that shouldn't even be something that's being discussed. But anyway, we'll save that for Tuesday. But yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap it up, you guys. Like I can't find my list, even though I could find it, but it would just take me so long to get to it. But I feel like everything that I want to talk to you guys about, I've really already made a video on already anyway, so you're going to see it later. But for the time being, I feel like we've had enough for today. These 3 hours here. And plus, like, I do want to eat. I'm hungry. I haven't even had breakfast yet, you guys. And it's going on 3 o'clock. It's 2:58 already right now. So unless y'all have something that y'all want to talk about, we are going to end it here. Because I'm pretty much done of what I can think of right now. Because, yeah, like, I don't have my list with me. But I will promise you, I will continue that list the next time that we do a stream. So I might even do a stream while I'm in the US. I don't know. But I'm kind of afraid to do it because it's going to be loud and ghetto because I'm going to be at my mama's house. But that's going to feel weird, too, because my mother moved. She's not living in the same place she was when I first came to Japan. So I've never been to this place. And also, now only one of my cats are there. Pumpkin died. So, yeah. But my husband going to be scared because when we go to get barbecue, that's on the south side. But I gotta be scared too because people gonna give me a hard time because I'm in an interracial relationship. But yeah, I think I'm done here, you guys. I have nothing else to say. I'm just rambling at this point. But I'm not gonna forget. I will talk in more detail about those interesting stories of mine. But not really interesting, more like sad. But yeah, I had some crazy stuff. All I gotta say is this: you'd be amazed. Something that's really scary is a lot of people that are willing to pay you for services, if for lack of a better word, they don't like you. Like they actually have like a fetish for like mistreating people like you. Like I can't even like explain it, but I came across a lot of people who were like flat out rude, nasty, disrespectful, and like stalked me after I refused to like give them services that they wanted. Sorry, somebody just messaged me, but and that like scared me. And then like I had a guy that actually stood me up, and that scared me too because it made me think maybe that guy he can see me, but I can't see him. And so I went there to meet him in Shinjuku, and he just didn't show up. And part of me also wonders, was that my Japan dad that like pretended that he was gonna meet me to see if that was really me or if somebody like stole my pictures? Because that also kind of scared me. So anyway, be careful. There bad things do happen here. People do get their lives ended here. Not everybody in Japan is, these wonderful, nice, polite people. There's crazy people out there. There's crazy foreigners out there. Not everybody that's bad is Japanese. There are crazy foreigners here too. So just be careful, ladies. I'm sharing the story, like just tell you what happened to me for shits and giggles for entertainment and to help some of you guys out. But do understand that like I would not suggest doing these things for yourself. I wouldn't want my daughter to do these things. I'm just telling you the truth about what I honestly did. So, and I'm not proud of it. It's funny to talk about now. Some things are scary and interesting to talk about, but just know that like I'm not encouraging you to do these things. So be careful and be careful who you tell about things too, because don't be dumb and tell on yourself if you have done things like even with dating it seems cute and funny, like to go on Instagram and like make jokes, whatever. But if you're not married, especially if you're not married, joking about like body counts, men take men take that seriously. I have a video about that too, about how body counts are dumb, but you don't want to openly be known for being a whore. Because especially if you're trying to get married, you're gonna successfully write off a lot of people that would have liked you. It's like the way that you dress. Like you can wear whatever you want to, but if you advertise yourself when you're walking outside, men who see you and think, "Wow, she's gorgeous," they're gonna look at how you dress and think, "I don't want the mother of my children or my wife to look like that though." Or should I say, dress like that? Because you could be an absolutely beautiful girl, you could be young, but if you don't look like a wife or a mother, men will not want you, not the men that you want at least. So you'll attract negative and wrong attention. So anyway, we'll talk about these things later, you guys. If you have nothing else to add to it, this is the end then. So anyway, this stream will be posted. It will still stay up here. And I'll probably do another live stream really soon because I really wanted to talk about things on that list. But being honest, y'all don't really need me to do another one because realistically, everything on that list, I think just about, I already did a video on it. But because I literally have over 1,000 videos recorded, you're not going to get to those videos for a long time. So I caught myself trying to like preview them a little bit here. But yeah, I guess we're pretty much done. I am going. Oh, see, I can't tell y'all yet because this is live. I'll be going somewhere tomorrow, and then like I'll probably share some pictures from that too. And I have some pictures from today I wanted to share too that I didn't get the chance to like I had a video I didn't get a chance to edit it so I could put it on Instagram. But anyway, y'all, I guess that's all for now. So don't forget that you can support me on Patreon. Thank you to, I have one, two, three, the four people who did send me a Cash App. One person that was on PayPal. I appreciate it. But yeah, anyway, if you really want to support me, I'd appreciate you. I would appreciate it. I can't talk. If you sign up for Patreon. I will warn you, I did decide, not this month, but from November, starting November 1st, because Apple is changing how they're going to do payments. I am going to increase the price on Patreon. I haven't decided what it's going to be, but how I'm going to do it is I'm going to have two different tiers. So the current tier will not disappear, but I won't add new videos to it after October. So from November, the new content will only be on the second tier, which will be more expensive. I understand everybody can't afford it, and some of you couldn't even afford the $5 one, but understand that that's not fair to me because Apple is going to, combine with Patreon, I'm losing 35% per pledge, and that's crazy. So yeah, kind of don't have much of a choice. I have to still, make money on my end. So, and Patreon is where I get most of my money. But anyway, yeah, I guess that's all, you guys. So I couldn't put it. Y'all kind of like made me want to like make a video about that, because I was just thinking back to when I recorded that video about the guy, the married man that I dated. I literally like got like 20 plus minutes into recording it, and then I was like, "Girl, why are you snitching on yourself? Like, turn the shit off." And so I never uploaded that video. It's archived, like it's there, but I never posted it. Like, I never even sent it to YouTube. Like, I never edited it. I literally stopped mid sentence while I was talking, and like something snapped off in my brain. It was like, "You finna tell on yourself? Like, you gonna give that much detail? Like, you want to do that right now?" So again, you'll probably see these things in the future. And if I don't upload the exact video, I'll at least talk about the topic. But I need that, let that tea simmer a little more, give it a little more time. It's too soon. And also, like, keep in mind that while you guys like me, my content, there's a lot of people that hate watch me, and they're gonna use that to like have shit talk, use that to have shit on me to talk about. Not to mention, again, I want to fully disclose, I did not know that these guys were married. And like, even on like the sugar dating sites, whatever, I was kind of dumb when I was 20. Like, it didn't cross my mind that people use these sites because they're married and they hate their wife. My thinking was rich old men don't have a wife, just like attractive women, young girls, and they can't get them, so they pay for it. That was my understanding. So if it helps to sell my story anymore, I told you guys in a live stream, a few live streams ago, that I was so stupid. I used to think that guys, like, really want to be my friend, like on Tinder. It's like I didn't realize I was like cold for saying I'm here to fuck. I was legitimately saying I really am looking for friends. Like, I'm not here to sleep. I wanted the tour guide, like, show me around Tokyo. I don't speak Japanese. I can't read hiragana katakana. I had no idea that people were like, yeah, sure, friend. And then also, like, the first guy that I ever met on Tinder, when I realized he was trying to get me drunk and sleep with me, it freaked me out. I'll never forget him we were bar hopping, and when he took me to that last bar and he started rubbing on my leg, I freaked out. I'm like, this man's hands start going up my dress. What the fuck? And I told him, like, yeah, like, I'm trying to hang out with you as a friend, like, not do that. He was so mad because for him, it's like he was only paying for food and drinks for me because he wanted to fuck me. But I was innocent. I didn't know that that's what the purpose in this was. I'm thinking he really wanted to be my friend. So I had to learn some things the hard way. So yeah, ever led him on if I knew that. Even though really he was leading me on. He should have told me directly what he was trying to do. I mean, think about it. Look, y'all gonna make me ramble even longer. Think about it. Why is it that as women, we have to tell men that we want something serious? Shouldn't that just be understood from the get go? And if anything, if you don't want something serious, you should be telling me, not the other way around. So, and don't get me wrong, like I said, there are women playing men here too. It's not just, foreign women getting played by men. So, I'm done, you guys. But yeah, and whoever you are, I can't say your name. Quatravis? Am I saying that right? I can't pronounce names. Nick Clinton. You never finished your story you were telling me after 9 p.m. college. So, okay, well, sorry. I tried to answer everybody's stuff. If anybody messaged me and this is your last call, if you have anything you wanted me to talk about, any topics, any questions, and then I'm officially going to end it because I can go on rambling about myself, my life, and forgetting things I'm trying to say forever. Because I told you guys, my memory is like, it's pretty much become crap right now. So, and then like, see, that's the person I'm talking about. Like, I can literally hear that whoever, like the janitor, whatever person is, no matter where I move my room, it's like they like stay outside my room because I keep hearing them like ruffle stuff. Like at Appa Hotel, like they put like the bag of like your toiletries and whatnot like on the door instead of coming in unless you ask them to make up your room for that day. So I would assume that's what I heard, but it's like I keep hearing that same sound. So it's like, are they like eavesdropping on me? Not that I have anything to hide, but it does just kind of scare me. So yeah, don't forget to like this video again on your way out. But anything, no topics, no questions. Because every time I'm done, y'all start emailing me, and then y'all be like, "Oh, really? You didn't answer my question," or y'all get mad at me on Instagram and be like, "I message you all the time. You never reply back." And it's like, well, actually, I told y'all not to send me DMs on Instagram, but whatever. So, are you still doing vlog videos? Yes and no. I have a lot that needs to be edited, and I might do one tomorrow because I will be going out tomorrow. But I get a lot of pushback on those. Like it's like people can't. Not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. Like I'm sorry, y'all. Look, I'm trying to be able to walk tomorrow. I gotta adjust myself. Eek, it hurts. Okay, this chair is just so uncomfortable. Like really, it's really so uncomfortable. But where was I? Yeah, like some people, like for example, people that watch my channel from the beginning, they like those more than like the advice videos. But then people that watch, the bulk of my subscribers came here for me talking about my life and giving advice. And they oftentimes don't like the vlog videos. Like they don't say it directly, but they don't. And so, yeah, like I like making them, but a lot of people don't like them. So I try to like balance it a little bit where I do things that people like, but also things that I like too. And I do like doing both. But yeah, I will still do those. There will be less of them moving forward, but they will still exist. Um, Another big part of it too is like my husband, he has mixed feelings towards it. Like it was really his idea. Like he didn't know that I was a YouTuber when we first met. He actually suggested that we start a YouTube channel, and it was really funny. It's like you have no idea, I already have one, but I didn't tell him that until actually after we got married. Being honest, and that wasn't the right thing to do, but I'm just being honest. That's what I did. But I shared that in a live stream actually. I think the last live stream I did, I think I shared that. But yeah. More recently, he's actually like kind of gotten annoyed. It's like, oh, like, can we just enjoy the day? Like, we can come back and you take a video next time. So I've tried to kind of relax with the camera a little bit. And speaking of vlog, somebody got me looking, busted. I went to the convenience store the other day and I got lost, and it was really hot outside. It was late at night. And this, I don't know where they were from. I don't know if they're Middle Eastern or what they were, but this family, they had their little like GoPro camera out. I'm like, I didn't know people still use those, or some sort of mini camera. And he was recording a convenience store in this location. I'll tell y'all where I am after I leave here. But the convenience store is really dirty. It's gross. The 7-Eleven here, the staff is rude. But he was so happy to be here in Japan. So, I'm not trying to poop in their parade. I wanted to say to him, like, you can find a better convenience store if you just go 5 minutes away from here. But anyway, he was recording his kids, like, buying their snacks and candy and whatnot, doing all the typical fake YouTuber stuff. Like, oh, it's really cool. It's really good, whatever. And so I accidentally bumped into him a little bit. And so I say, oh, excuse me. And so, first of all, I didn't know he was recording. So now my voice is in his video. Then on top of that wasn't bad enough. When he was on his way out the store, this nigga turned his camera around to specifically record me. I'm sweating, my hair all over my head. I ain't got on no makeup. I was so mad. My nipples showing through my bra and shit. So anyway, I hope I never see that video. And I hope that if anybody ever watches this video, they never tell me that they saw me. That's all I have to say to that. Because that was embarrassing. And then not to mention, like, see, now I got me going on a roll again. I keep trying to end this video. But one of the things that I hate about being a YouTuber is like my channel was small, right? But you'd be amazed. A lot of people recognize me. Like, I won't say a lot, but enough. I would say on a regular basis, every once in a while. When I say regular basis, I'm not saying every day, not even every week, not even every month. But somebody recognizes me and tells me, hey, aren't you a YouTuber? YouTube? What's that? I don't know how to react to that. And then I'm not just that. Some people recognize me. I think they do. And they just don't say anything. But like I can see that they're looking at me like, oh, that's that crazy ghetto black girl. Like, so anyway, there's good and bad things about it. The good thing is, it feels good. Like I feel like a little celebrity. But then the bad side is like if I do anything embarrassing, like I don't look my best, I get into a fight with my husband, like anything out in public. Now I feel like I'm like one of those celebrities like being plastered on TMZ. So anyway, there's some drawbacks. That's like, for example, the convenience store. I've had several situations where I could tell the person working there, I think they knew who I was because of how they were like looking and reacting to me and my husband. But and then I've had a moment where somebody actually said like, hey, like, are you a YouTuber? Like when I was going to 7-Eleven. So sometimes they do let me know. But yeah, there's a lack of privacy here, which also kind of sucks. And I'm looking forward to that in the US because don't nobody know who the fuck I am there. So but I can't imagine what it's like for people that have like a million subscribers here. Like that has to be crazy because everybody knows who you are. Because Japan isn't a big place. It's very cramped and whatnot. So yeah, but anyway, that was a very long-winded answer. Yes, I will still do them, but I try not to do too many of them because those videos give me less views. They're more likely to have copyrights because I do very minimal editing when I do vlog like videos. I just try to show where I'm going, what it's like, so you can actually hear and see it rather than doing a bunch of chops and edits and all the music. And I get it, that does make it more fun to watch. But for me, I actually wish I saw more videos showing what real Japan was like, so that when I came here, I would know what to expect. There was actually a channel that I used to watch. I don't remember the name of it, but they actually did a very similar thing to what I did, but they had a much better camera. And the person that made these videos, they were a professional like videographer, and so they would like just show Japan. Like it would just be total silence, just hearing whatever the ambience was outside, whatever sounds are going on outside. No edits of music, no foreigner being loud in public for no reason. Like, and that's something too. See, y'all getting me going. I hate the double standard, and I'm being a hypocrite because I was just complaining about being recorded. People treat YouTubers and TikTokers, I would say too, like trash for recording out in public. But the reason why you came to Japan is because you consumed content from that TikToker or YouTuber that embarrassed themselves by putting themselves out there and making a video publicly. So it's like you all want the information. You all want to see what it's like. You want to hear what it's like. You want to know all these things and actually see it. But then when people try to take videos, everybody acts annoyed with the person. Like, those TikTokers, those YouTube. And don't get me wrong. Granted, I don't want to be plastered in your video, but I'm not going to get pissed off. You're just passing by and I happen to be there. I might even do a little wave. But I do find it funny how there's like this, it's like an oxymoron, double standard, whatever. It's like you do realize you can't have that content unless somebody records it, right? And the same person that you're mad at for recording the content, that's the type of video that got you here. Like the reason why you know that you can eat this teddy bear soup shit that doesn't even taste good at this restaurant, the reason why you know that you can get gold ice cream is because you saw somebody's TikTok, somebody's YouTube short, somebody's YouTube video on what you can do in this city or what restaurants to go to. So again, I get it. It is annoying at times, but it's like you need these annoying people. So you know what? Even me, I live here, but being honest, more recently, a lot of the time, the places that I choose to go to for dates, I get a video recommended to me on Instagram or TikTok, and I'm like, oh, that looks cool. Save it, and I choose to go there later. Now, granted, I haven't made videos in those places, but I've been there on a date, so I see the annoyance, but it's one of those like neutral evils, like a good evil, so to speak. I can't explain it, but it's a necessary evil, I think is the word I'm looking for. You have to have these people. Yes, they're annoying, but at the end of the day, they're just trying to look. They're trying to make money ultimately, but they're also trying to encourage people like you to want to come here. So, and that's the reason why there's so many more people here. Because back like when I came here, it was already starting to become more each year. But now there's an explosion of creators in Japan. It used to be where there was just a handful of content creators that were in Japan. Now you can't count them anymore. There's really big channels. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of like when I first came here, this is how way back everything was. There wasn't a single channel that had a million subscribers that was based in Japan. It did from a foreigner. It didn't exist. Not Japanese people with their channels where they just happen to live in Japan because they're Japanese. But there were no foreigners that were like expats or immigrants or whatever living here that had like I don't even think anybody had 500,000. The biggest channels back then had like 200 to 300,000 subscribers, and that was big. But like now, these people have 1 million, 2 million, multiple channels and whatnot. So there's a lot more people interested in Japan than there used to be. And like just think about like back in the day, like if you're a 90s or 80s baby, it used to not be cool to like anime, like even video games. It was like nerdy, lame, not cool. Now, like an anime isn't even like weird or edgy, like everybody does. Like it's normal in the US now. You used to have to watch like Adult Swim or Toonami. Now, like just regular TV, like now you got Crunchyroll, like you have, just access to this. Like you can watch anime movies come out in the movie theater now. Like you don't have to watch, fan made dubs and whatnot. So or fan subtitles, content and whatnot. So there's a lot more interest in Japan, Japanese culture, living in Japan, etc. And I'm not knocking it, but I'm just saying it's like the reason why the reason why some of y'all even know about me, it's more than likely thanks to another YouTuber, like somebody that went out there taking those cringeworthy videos for you. So yeah, so the next time you get upset, just think to yourself, it's thanks to that person being very cringe and annoying and, taking a video out in public, even when they're not supposed to, that you know that it exists. Like, for example, my video that I did at the Sailor Moon store, that was hard to pull off, y'all. They were on my ass. They told you no videos. And they told me multiple times to stop. But I was like, no, I'm taking this video. I came all the way here, recording this shit. I'm not bothering nobody. There's nobody in the store. There's no reason for not be able to take video of it. It's just Japan having their stupid rules for no damn reason. So, and that's not the party people who are living here. There's so many places that have a no video, no picture rule. But granted, at least they allow photos. But it's like, how do you allow photos but no videos? Because you want to use the excuse to keep you from stealing your work. If I have a photo of it, that's still the blueprint. I don't need to have video of it. There's nothing moving inside the store. It's just regular stationery and a hoodie. Like, I already made my own bootleg Sailor Moon t-shirts back in the US. So, anyway, I'm done, you guys. I think I'm finally done. But yeah, I can't think of anything else I want to tell you guys. But yeah, I might do a vlog. Well, you won't see that tomorrow, though. It won't be uploaded for a long time. But I might make one tomorrow. I might post some pictures from it. But it's good to know that I guess somebody out there does still like them because again, like most people don't. In fact, when I've asked you guys in the past, I'll do another poll maybe today or sometime later this week. But I've polled you guys before, and the vast majority of you guys told me that you all prefer journal videos. You like my journals. Second place was dating, and then like I think third or second, I can't remember, was story time videos, which basically is like journals, kind of the same thing, but which that's probably the real reason why you guys like my live streams because I normally talk about random stuff and sometimes about my life. So anyway, if I had my list, we would have had a much longer video today and a lot more to talk about. But I need time to look for that, and I don't want to waste you guys' time having you all look at my big ass head on camera. So, and speaking of which, now I gotta redo my hair because I've had it up like this whole time. But yeah, I hate looking at my hair back in a ponytail. Like I look so weird like that. Like I don't even like my hair like this, but this looks better than a ponytail to me. So even though now it kind of doesn't. I feel weird. But yeah, I'm not a center part girly. Like a lot of people think that like I have this huge forehead, but my camera actually does make my head look bigger, but I have a normal forehead. My cheeks are just big. My forehead is pretty normal. But anyway, I'm done, you guys. That is all. Finally, I keep saying that over and over again. Now we're at 4 hours, so I feel like this is a good time to end the video. Yeah, like I said, don't tell me that I don't reply. Don't tell me that I don't, answer your questions. I tried to do a video today and I got almost no replies for topics. Y'all just wanted to hear me ramble. So I did just that. But I'm hungry. I'm fat. I'm black. I need to eat. And yeah, that's it. If you haven't already, please like this video. And if you're watching this in the future after this live stream, just know that I will do a stream again in the future because I know you guys like, oh, Rand, like I missed your stream. I didn't know you were doing one. I know because I just suddenly came back yesterday and I was like, hey, I'm going to do a stream tomorrow. So I understand. But yeah, there will be more in the near future. So don't worry. You will catch me live if you care about that. And if you weren't able to watch it all at once, that's cool. Watch them bits and pieces later. And remind me because I'm old. I'm forgetting things now, y'all. If I say that I'm going to make a video on something and I never do it, it's likely because I forgot, not because I decided not to. So don't be afraid to like leave a comment and say, hey, Ren, 6 years ago, you said you were going to talk about this and you didn't. For example, I told you all, I think 6 years ago, I was going to make a video on plus size clothing. Never did it. So I forget some things. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So bye, you guys. Thank you for listening. Thank you for staying here. Thank you for being subscribed. Thank you guys for all the love that I got yesterday. That made me feel really good. I felt all important. I'm like, oh, you guys actually care about me. Because I was kind of scared. I was like, what if nobody like watches? What if nobody replies? So I felt really good reading that stuff yesterday. And like those type of things make me feel good about being here and making content. Because sometimes I feel like I'm just talking to myself. But I know that I'm a small channel. I don't get a lot of views or likes or money from you all. But at the same time, like I feel great when I have that one person that like tells me, hey, they like my content, or that tells me, hey, like, this really helped me, or even saying that they can relate to me. So that's all. And thank you for those of you that stuck here through the whole live stream. You're crazy, but I appreciate it. For the people that wasted 4 hours of their day being here with me, I appreciate you. So, yep, bye bye. I will update you guys later. So, yeah, thank you for joining me on my stream. I was gonna drink my tea here, but I let it get cold. They keep changing the design for it, and this looks so gross. It's like diarrhea at the bottom, but you can't really see it. Can y'all see that? It's like a funky green, the matcha from it. That did not look right, but I had a lot of practice doing this over the past couple of years. But all right, let me stop. Let me stop. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. All right. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. If you're watching this in the future, just know that if you have any video ideas, topics for me, leave a comment on this video, or you can send me an email directly. My Instagram DMs are now closed. Do not DM me. I will not reply back. I will not answer. I will not read. I get too much trash there, and it just makes it easier for me if I just don't read anybody's stuff. So if you want to say something to me, email me or leave a comment on YouTube. Please, please understand and respect that. So yeah, that's all for now. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And please watch a past stream or another video. And that's all. So, yeah, bye. I'm so hungry. Oh, y'all never told me what to eat, but all right, I'll figure that out on my own. I'm probably gonna like go to Hard Rock Cafe or something. So you might see me there today. But all right, bye, you guys.